All right, everybody, welcome. Markberg1 here. Markberg1, bringing you some Red Dead Redemption 2 RP on Red M, playing on the SundanceRP server. If you're interested in coming and playing with us, click on the SundanceRP logo, which is in my About Me section there. Click on that. It'll link you directly to our Discord. Fill out your application, get your app done, get notified. It takes about 2 weeks for the whole process, including your voice interview and all that, generally, at the longest. But come be a part of the community. Come be ready to tell roleplay with us. Take some time doing your app. Put some effort into it. All right, well, I think we're ready now. Tonight we're going to be playing Baird Jefferson. Baird Jefferson is my prosecutor, a territorial prosecutor for West Arlington. And we have a pre-trial tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, so that is 3 hours away. But I need to do some prep work and get ready for this. Also speak with the marshals who are going to be involved in this as well. So here we go. Hey, Sig. There's not 74 people on the server. There's only 15 because the server has just restarted. Next restart, 2 a.m. Hopefully. Ooh, I just bumped a few people back. 25 of them. So sorry. Okay, thanks, Sig. I appreciate you coming by. But I have all the case files and I have a notebook, so I'm gonna have to start writing this stuff down so I have some type of order to the argument.
Cool. I wanted Jack
Jesus
and them to be
Christ.
there, but it is what it is.
Why am I logging in to Sean Ramsey? Sorry about that. Habits. Habits. All right, give me a little beverage in me. I apologize for that. I'm very sorry for doing that. Okay. Oh man, I love the Gustav voice. We might need to have a special day with Gustav. Stardays, thank you for the follow. I know who Stardays is. That's our really good friend, Pixel, who plays Rook Price on the server. Such an amazing time last night. Definitely gave it real tough. But thanks to Rook for being a part of that story. And a continued part of the story, actually. Let me throw in a fatty real quick. What up, Thunder? You got some love shown to you last night. River, or I can't ever say his name. Banjo, or Sena, I don't know. He came in and dropped a 50 bomb on us, so you got a lovely, lovely gift. Oh yeah. All right, Baird Jefferson's who we're trying to log into, not Sean Ramsey. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this thing popping. I'm gonna go up to my office. Oh my God. I was not here when I logged out. Okay, let's go inside before we start getting totally naked. Oh man. But we're gonna jump up here, we're gonna share the Trello. We're gonna start going line by line of the 3 reports that I have, highlighting things for the notes for the pretrial argument. Make sure we get that the probable cause upheld. Then we'll be ready to go. Oh, I made him look like such an old man now. That haircut really jacked him up. All right. Let me get my notepad. I'm an old school dude, likes to write things down, have right in front of me in my hand. Also have the reports printed off in front of me where I will make highlights so I can reference immediately if I have to. But until then, let's go ahead. Let's get the Trello open. RP items, Sundance, prosecutor's office. And let's turn on the Trello. Actually, it was already on apparently. All right. So tonight, in custody awaiting pretrial, right here. Jack Jackson. So the oldest case that we have is Van Horn versus Lemoyne, which I have right here. All right. Let's click over onto that. All right. He is one suspect involved in this section. So for this, he is facing ag battery ×2, mayhem, kidnapping, and torture. No weapons were seized. I printed off all the individual statements. Let's push the keyboard back a little bit. Start highlighting these charges. And I also need to go through the report. Oh my God, this thing's massive. I need to go through the report and mark all the notations where he is brought into the picture. All right, so I got those charges circled. And luckily I'll be able to go through and go case by case instead of just stacking all the charges on. So let me circle his some type of dilapidated clothing is what they're saying here. So let's go ahead and circle his identifier information, which is a male, short stature. We'll scroll up to that and go through it together. I'm just gonna make the marks right in front of me. Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at? Right there. All right. So Jack is a male, short stature, lightweight build, Caucasian, messy, light brown hair. No facial hair. Identifying marks: large nose and ears, small beady eyes. Small beady eyes. Has a squirrely posture. Oh shit. Typically wears a shabby fur-lined coat, a worn bowler hat, a black neckerchief, and dilapidated trousers. My God, I love that description. All right. All right, we've got him identified in the report. So now what we need to do. This incident occurred on June the 16th, 1898. Filing deputies out a long way. So we need to make sure he is on our subpoena list. Let's write all this down as we're doing it. That's what we'll put on the paper. So this is Van Horn v. Lemoyne. And this was on 6/16/98. And I need to subpoena Zal long way. Okay. Scrolling down. All right, so let's look at what Johann Freeberg says before we start writing his name down. I picked up a bounty and was headed towards Van Horn. It was my second for the day. Oh, he's a bounty hunter. He's not a deputy. That's right. Johann, he's now a constable or a constable in New Austin. Baird doesn't know that, but rode into town and tried to avoid the main road to prevent aggravating the citizens of Lemoyne. Last time, townsfolk got involved and came after me. So then a couple people came at me with shotguns, and one of them was wearing a black hat and a white rolled up shirt and looked to be wearing a brown metal vest. Okay. Another fellow with a top hat wearing a lot of belts and bandoliers, wearing a black trench coat. Smaller fellow wearing a light brown coat and hair was of lighter color. Another one darker skin, black hair fluffed out, and most of the clothes were dark brown or lighter brown. They had him go out to the dock, and that's when four came up and introduced themselves. Nathan Moon and Arthur, nickname for the actual name. This still sounds very similar to Arthur. I don't get that reference, but I hope they're not talking about Red Dead. They were there to talk to the Van Horn gang, so they asked if I knew Friedberg. The group told the gang that deputies had been seen in the area. The Van Horn gang wanted him to send a message to all the other bounty hunters to not come to Van Horn. That's when he started getting attacked with a machete. Ooh. Who got attacked by the machete? All right, we'll have to see. Well, I'm going to put him on the friggin' subpoena list because I don't know who the hell he's talking about. Actually, no, I can't. I got no reason. He's not really. I'll read some more of the statement or the report and see what it says. That's when he started getting attacked with a machete and threw a couple punches to defend himself. Next thing I knew, I woke up in St. Denis getting treated. So I guess that's charges for Nathan Moon, which does not pertain to this incident. So let's flip to this statement and we'll put a big X through that. All right. Put an X next to that statement. Let's go to the next one. Deputy Marshal Caleb Madsen. On the evening of 6/16/1890, was notified by Raven in Rhodes upon waking up that the Van Horn gang was seen headed towards St. Denis and that there were only two hurt deputies on duty. I immediately went to St. Denis and ran into another responding group that included Sheriff Waters, Deputy Marshal Wren Hamlin, Deputy Marshal Wren, and others. After meeting with the rest of the Lemoyne department, we split into two groups with Wren and myself leading them. My group headed towards the northeastern end of the city and continued to search. After some time, oh man, I remember this incident now. Okay. After some time, I received a telegram from Wren stating that the Van Horn gang was in Van Horn having a meeting and that there were 7 wounded in the city. I led the Lemoyne department to Van Horn and we engaged in talks with the Van Horn gang. Sapphire led the talks with Bruiser from the Van Horn gang leading for them. The situation began escalating and I stepped in and reiterated that we wanted the wounded and nothing else. They continued to scream about killing everyone and I said that if they did not come out and speak with us like humans, then we may be forced to take drastic measures and blockade the city. Bruiser then said something incoherent and gunshots began to fly. I was shot 3 times in the arm and passed out. Later that evening, I woke up in the medical office in Lemoyne with my arm stitched and up and multiple topical agents applied. The other members of the original party had split up and some being taken to Valentine and others coming to St. Denis. I asked if everyone had been accounted for, and was told yes. Shortly after, we were called and notified that Winnie Joe Pickett had been found and a doctor was needed. We got a doctor and then left for Valentine, where Winnie received medical attention. All right. I don't see anything with that. He was not named specifically in that situation other than the Van Horn gang. Although, hopefully there's another statement that ties him back to that. Keep scrolling. All right, so we are now on the statement of Guinevere Bellevue, who is rendering a statement for Winnie Joe. We went over there, myself, Deputy Zal. Okay, here we go. Let me just, oh, I see Jack. There we go. Well, she says I heard Jack. Fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's read it. We went over there, myself, Deputy Zal Longway, Deputy Marshal Caleb Madsen, Sheriff Bellevue, Deputy Lawson, Deputy Recruit Burns. We were there with the intent to recover the wounded, but first scoped out the area, or scoped, I said scoped. Scoped out the area to see if there was anyone in there first. We were all on the hill where all the graves are. That's when Bruiser appeared. I recognized him clear as day. I also heard Jack not too far away. Yeah, I got it. Hey, go Goop. But she says she heard. So somebody's going to have to actually visually identify him here. So I am going to subpoena Guinevere. And then I'll ask her to go into how she knows that's who it was, which might be enough, but I seriously doubt it. Okay. Made that note. Also, Jack not too far away. We told them Sapphire begins. We told them Sapphire begins stating we were there and her name. When Bruiser asked who was there specifically, they were already aggravated and angry. Okay. I'm already aggravated and angry that people had been riding into town. Then I supposed attacking folks. But I don't remember that too clearly. We then stated our intentions, that we only wanted to know if there was any wounded and we wanted to retrieve them. Bruiser and Jack. Okay. So Winnie Joe observed them there, but Winnie Joe's not somebody I can put on the stand right now. Oh no, I might have. We'll see. But see, you can't really be a witness right now. I mean, I'll subpoena you again, but you can't be. I don't think you're going to testify. But again, I'll enter the statement and we'll go from there. We'll let it fly in the role play. Jack was making comments. Caleb told them if they kept acting out, they would see consequences on a territory-wide way by cutting supplies, and they took offense to that. They didn't have any reason. Then Bruiser said along the lines of, you know what I like more than talking shooting? We did our best to defend one another. We had a few of us keeping an eye on our surroundings. They managed to get the jump on us. They were fast, ruthless, bloodthirsty hounds. They then gunned us all down. They sounded like they were in a panic. They brought us down in the middle of the road of Van Horn in front of the saloon. I heard them saying that Gambino was around and couldn't see him due to dust kicking up from the gunpowder and everything. I begged them to leave him out of this, and he and ant were or compared to the it was an ant compared to the problem at hand. Another woman appeared at the end of the road by the lighthouse. She wasn't part of the Van Horn group. Sylvie Cross was talking to me most. Kept insisting to take the woman down. I implored her not. I repeated she was an ant compared to what they had to deal with right now. She would scoff and very proudly say that we weren't a problem. They were too kicked up on the adrenaline. They decided to finally put us on the back of their horses, and they didn't have a clear plan on what to do with us in the beginning. I was the only one conscious, and I was trying to keep calm from making them make any hasty decisions about my colleagues. Sorry. And they didn't like that. I answered truthfully when they asked my name, and they still hadn't decided what to do with us. They then passed the New Hanover group. They fled, and they had the advantages with us being on the back of the horse. Not sure where, but I think past the broken down wooden fort. Hang on. Oh yeah, absolutely. A broken down wooden fort. But they decided to have Sylvie leave and pass me to Crusher. Not Crusher, scratch that. She split so they couldn't get caught on the numbers. So they ended up deciding to send a message and make an example, send a message to the law after these past few days, and they chose me. The plan was to dump the bodies in the pig pen, and the person who had me would hang back by the telegram office. Sorry, I'm so fucking tired. Once they did that, they brought me somewhere near the Cumberland, near Valentine. They first brought me past a hunting lodge. They didn't stay there and decided to loop until they met their destination, which was nearby Valentine and Cumberland. They threw me on the ground and told Jack that I was the one who shot him. And Crusher realized I was the one who shot Jack. Okay. Jack started to pant and got really excited. I mean, that's hearsay, but it's okay. Yeah. They left it to him so Jack would have his fun. I wouldn't want that, as I would soon find what that meant. They were going to make me sing. What up, Stock? Yeah, this is a difficult one. I mean, if there's more than this, then I'm good. This right now is, I mean, she's an LEO when she wrote this statement. She's given her perception of the incident. So this is a valid statement. However, confirmation on the stand from her is going to be impossible. So I have to get the entire police report allowed into, I have to get the entire police report allowed into evidence, which is generally not going to be a problem. So I'm going to finish reading the statement, and then I got to go through and highlight everywhere it says Jack. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to subpoena you anyway. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we all need a fucking chill night. They threw him on the ground, and Jack is going to shot Crusher. He started saying I was pretty and grabbed my braid real hard and aggressively cut it off right at the base and pulled as he did. He did the same with the other one and proceeded to take both braids and stuffed it into his hat. Okay, now if he's got that on his person, oh man, that'd be great if he has that on his person. I forgot to mention before they started with the torture, at least the first part, a fella had a real deep New Orleans accent and cauterized a gunshot wound in my right shoulder with gunpowder and a match. No. They didn't want me to bleed out. They wanted me to stay alive during the whole procedure. They had ways to keep me alive and kept breathing is what they said. Back to the braids. They started asking me questions saying they wanted to know who was there and who was the one making the threats to close off the borders. I refused to tell them as I would not betray my own. Um, they said if I refused to tell them, they would shave my head off and eyebrows, and it would only get worse. Despite the threat and the fear, I didn't say a word to them, and so Jack took my left hand and started singing about the song of the little piggy that goes to market. He said at the end of the song. He said at the end of the song, um, still singing, this little piggy would lose her finger if she didn't talk. I shut my eyes tight and shut my mouth, and I didn't plan to feed into threats. And so he did it and waved it around in my face and kept it away for the keeping. They tried again to get me to talk. I still didn't talk, and my own patience was wearing thin. I was trying to be diplomatic, be pure as I was always taught to be. That's when Jack then ripped my shirt all open to expose my shoulders and chest, at least leaving some dignity. It's not exposing, to expose my shoulders and chest, at least leaving some dignity. He carved what looks like a V in my left shoulder, so I would never forget the day to not fuck with the Van Horn gang, I guess, or the Van Horn. They tried again to get information, and I was growing tired and was going to die anyway. I still kept quiet, though Jack then sliced my chest and the rest of my torso several times, all the while laughing and singing with each sweep. Taking his time, he tried again with the questions, and that's where I might have lost it, and I didn't want to die a coward. So they hadn't restrained my arms. I tried to punch him. I managed to get at him and struggled between the two of us. No one intervened. He cut my face and then took the blood that was all over my body and smeared it all over my face. I spit in his face with blood, and he smeared my own with. I was done, and I knew there was no point. Without hesitation, since they knew I wouldn't talk, he dug his thumb deep into my eye socket, and that's when I felt my body shake and I started to lose awareness. I was still aware of his grimy little hands pulling my eye out. The last thing I saw, if I could get a look, was him laughing and smiling while holding my eye in the air before tucking it away. I don't remember anything else after this. Damn. Honestly, I don't know if that's going to work. It depends on another statement. No, it's fine. You don't want to read anything that I come up with. My shit is god awful. All right. Sorry. Okay, so aggravated battery, the eyeball. Also the fingers. Mayhem, the torture. Also the trying to take body parts and limbs. Well, actually, excuse me, aggravated battery is going to be the shooting of the deputies. Mayhem is going to be the pulling out of the eyeballs and stuff like that. Kidnapping, yes, they took Winnie away from the scene. Torture, definitely torture with all the slicing and other things like that. Okay, so the charges against Jack here, if I can prove Jack is at least involved, definitely fit this incident. The question is whether or not I have enough of an identification by somebody on paper, which is one thing. And then, I mean, I've got testimonial evidence to prove this, yes, but as far as oral testimony, I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, I'm going to push it. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to push it. All right, so no weapons taken. That's nothing there. Look at the medical record, which was also thrown into the file. Yeah, tonight at 11 o'clock. All right, so she was an active sheriff's deputy at the time, 18 years of age, Winnie Joe Piggott. Weight, it just says underweight. I like it. All right, so missing an eye, short crop blonde hair. She had ponytails, all that stuff. Dr. Don Rise, Van Colt, and Nurse Pearl Putnam. Yeah, I am going to have to subpoena these doctors for this one. Notes very timid and hates being touched. Do not touch her without permission, and do not make comments in the negative about her current state. She seems very fragile and overstressed, hates physical touch. Got it. Constant pain, signs of infection, and no one really checking on her. Spider injuries being inflicted weeks ago. Patient presents bandages covering the left eye, facial cuts, bandaged torso, shoulders, and a bandaged left hand with missing pinky finger. Notes, patient is given piss poor fucking medical advice and constantly ignored by West Arlington medical team. Interesting. Only 2 people have reached out to her over weeks, despite the severity of her injuries. Patient details. Sean made a comment about my eye, and that medic lady Piper laughed at it. Patient details. Dr. Lana Flint has ignored me and has never reached out about changing my stuffs. That's the bandages and all that. I thought it was normal to just be left alone. Seen her a lot, but she's never offended. Patient further details. They only ever checked 1 wounds the one time I didn't get looked at, or I did get looked at, and that initially advised to drink a shot of whiskey to sleep. Keep drinking whiskeys to sleep. Further told, just drain the eye over a basin at night and hope for the best. Conclusion: treatment administered. Local anesthetic of cocaine paste and aloe. Okay, yep. Treatment's very good. Aftercare, bandages. All right. I don't know if this is actually going to show up, but I do have it printed off. Let's see. All right. Sorry for the super brightness. All right, this is Zal's statement. Nope. This is a... Here's Zal's statement right here. How's everyone of the date? Okay. They're normally never introduced suspect. Individual by first introduction. Okay. So that's a formatting issue. On scene statement. Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue statement. So then it says, I, Deputy Sean McConnell, took the following statement from Sheriff. Okay, good. On 7/19. All right. Myself, Deputy Marshal Caleb. Wait, is this actually a statement in here already? Sean McConnell. Sorry. I'm flipping through my notes here, just looking for something. Okay, so this is not in the report. This is a separate incident. This is a statement. Okay, good. Hi, Deputy Sean McConnell took the following statement from Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue, 7/19/1898, about a month later. Myself, Deputy Marshal Caleb Madsen. Okay. On patrol, we caught word that there were 7 injured individuals at Van Horn. I grabbed a group of 5, including Sapphire, Winnie, Liam, Caleb, and myself, to head to Van Horn to find out what happened. We arrived at the Van Horn, went up the hill, where Sapphire began to yell down at the town to have a conversation. I believe Bruiser, the one with the top hat, spoke back with us and told us it's none of our issue if someone was injured in town. So we told him it was our issue. Caleb took over talking and spoke about wanting the injured, which they insisted they didn't want to talk. Caleb then threatened that if they didn't want to talk, they would be barricaded in town without water or food, and so they wanted to work with us, which they got offended by. Bruiser then said, we don't like to talk, we like to shoot, and began opening fire on himself. Began opening fire on us. Himself and 6 others shot us and managed to shoot us all down, and that's all I remember apart from the aftermath. While we were shooting, Zal managed to get into town and take Caleb to get medical attention. That doesn't give me anything. During Charles Bruiser's Buck's arrest, he confirmed the following gang members' associates were present and taking part in the incident: Bill Crusher Cutler, Jack. Well, okay, fine. I can't get that motherfucker on the stand, but I'm gonna put him down there. I'm actually gonna. I mean, he's gonna be part of it anyway. So far, I'm subpoenaing Zal Langway, Guinevere Bellevue, Bill, so Charles, he's gonna have to get some type of deal too. He's not gonna testify for free here. Let's see. So he identified Bill Crusher Cutler, Jack, Lloyd Reed, Roland Sylvie Cross, Nicholas Moon, and himself. And then the charges are listed. Okay, so far, as far as Jack, the only thing I have Zal Longway as the reporting deputy. I have Guinevere Bellevue who took the statement, and I need to subpoena Sean McConnell because he actually collected. He collected the sheriff's statement. Holy shit, that is not enough. I mean, it's there. Don't get me wrong, it's written. But if I was a defense attorney, I can chop that shit up. Shit. Alright, so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to go through the report here. Alright, I got to sit up for just a minute so I can mark all these references to Jack. Because of testimonial evidence, I mean, I can maybe go off of the statement based off of the sheriff's statement and also Bruiser's statement, but yikes. You see, everything else in here is highlighted with the name. I'm just trying to mark the fucking name here. So I know where to go. And I have to brush over it very carefully when I'm giving my argument about it. All right, so there's one named Jack right there. There's Jack right there. Sorry, I'll be just making sure I didn't miss anything here. They threw me on the ground. Didn't say they decided to. Valentine first said they didn't say they decided to do a loop of destination, which is clearly Valentine. They threw me on the ground and told Jack that I was the one who shot him, and Crusher realized I was the one who shot Jack. Jack started to pant, really excited, said it left him, da 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 da. And there's Jack again. All right. Let's go to the other statement from the sheriff. What up, Phil? Welcome, welcome. Sorry, just doing some case prep real quick. All right, so this is the sheriff's statement taken by this person who talked about all the deputies there and all that, which I really don't need, but it does show that Bruiser was on scene. Jack was not mentioned in the sheriff's statement. However, in the notes during his arrest, he confirmed the following gang members' associates were present and taking part in the incident. Bill, Crusher, Cutler, Jack. Well, see, that only shows that Jack was part of shooting his deputies. Wow. Okay. Pretty thin. I mean, as far as paperwork, it's pretty thin. I mean, it's there. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely there. All right. So the first one's good. All right. What's the next one? The next one is going to be... Next case is... this one is the... Oh, sorry. This one is the murder of Carl Evans. So we'll click on this. We'll go to... This was on the 23rd of July. Okay, so this one, put a separation on the notepad. Murder of Carl Evans. And this was on 7/22. I think somebody just. Are you serious? God damn it. Hello? Somebody's downstairs. A lot of folks just run in here. Okay. Get back at it. Well, I came in 3 hours early. Okay. What the fuck was I added in screenshots for? Oh, thank you, Tori. I like it. Okay, back at it. Sorry. Okay, so we got this written up 7/22/98. We're gonna subpoena Marshall Theo Ford. He's the author of the report. And this is the murder of Carl Evans. All right, on 7/22/1898 at 10 p.m. EST, myself and 3 other deputies were transporting one Texas Red to Cisco. 3 men, all in black with black bandanas, were riding up along the tracks. Myself and the other deputy stopped to look to protect our transport, unsure if they were friends of Texas Red or not. At the time, we saw one of the men point his gun up in the air and fire, and before we could get to them due to the transport, they took off riding toward what appeared to be Van Horn. We got closer to where they were there, and there was one body who was later identified as Carl Evans. Carl Evans, identified by Crimson Delgado, that stated he was a friend of hers. All right, so we need to find out. We need to subpoena Crimson Delgado, how they came across the body. how they were still there to identify them. And maybe that's in a statement coming, but we'll see. Stated he was a friend of hers. So he also stated that it was members of the Van Horn gang. Okay, well, all right, sure. Myself and Deputy Matthews escorted Miss Delgado to Valentine to find a doctor where Sheriff Hartlow was present. I then asked her to oversee the body and get it to Dr. Lana before heading back to meet with my other two deputies that had completed the Siska transport. I did not get a good look at any of the men. End of statement. Signed by Leroy Freeman. That is a statement by Leroy Freeman. Okay, so then I need to subpoena Leroy Freeman. Leroy Freeman observed Crimson Delgado there along the body. Okay, got that. All right, the next one, I Deputy Josiah Matthews. All right, so nothing about Jack and that, but Van Horn gang. I Deputy Josiah Matthews, Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels, Deputy Olin Barrow, and Sheriff Leroy Freeman were conducting assisted transport of Texas Red, an individual who had a warrant for his arrest in the county of West Elizabeth for some robberies under his belt. Once we were able to get to the location for the transport, Deputy Sheriff Daniels spotted what looked to be three or four riders on horseback, guns drawn. I peered through my binoculars and man. God damn it. Can I help you? Yeah, come on in. All right, hey, you need to take this off the desk. If you got a complaint about the marshals, that's got to go to the chief marshal first. Yeah. Yeah, just you are talking to me, correct?
Mm-mm.
There we go. All right. All right. I'm just doing a little bit of prep for tonight.
Are you able to read the note at all?
I don't see a note.
Mm.
But you can send it another way. That's fine. I can read it that way if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
I think it fell through the floor or something. I wonder what the hell that sound was. And she's got to push the talk key set to a common key. This report won't take as long as the other one though, so we'll see where it goes from here. I also need to put a lock on the door or something. I don't know. All right. Not been paid for any work thus far and have 16 cents in my name. You're the only person in town that may have a few dollars to spare. Please don't tell anyone I asked. Dr. McAllister has temporary conditional, okay, terminal fix for my injury, but she requires me having the right hat and glasses. Can we not talk about this in public? Thank you. That's no problem. How much do you need? Okay. All right, there you go. All right, get what you need now. All right, here we go. All right, back at it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We got to get this knocked out. Deputy Josiah Matthews, Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels, Deputy Olin Barrows, Sheriff Leroy Freeman were conducting assist transport Texas Red. An individual had a warrant for his arrest in the county of West Elizabeth for some robberies under his belt. Once we were able to get to the location for the transport, Deputy Sheriff Daniels spotted what looked like to be 3 or 4 riders on horseback, guns drawn. I peered through the binoculars and managed to spot a fella who looked to have a black hat, black hair, and a light skin complexion with a black bandana. I then noticed the individual drag a body and place the body onto the train tracks. After a few seconds went by, one of the men shot in the air to get our attention and rode off with quick haste. We then ran over to the body where we then noticed a woman who had ginger hair and an eye patch on along with a scar on the right side of her face, right up to us and proceeded to confirm to us that the Van Horn gang attacked her friend. Okay, so that person knows. We split up. Already got that marked. That's Crimson Delgado. We split up. Deputy Sheriff James, Deputy Colin Barrow, I think it's Olin Barrow, finished the transport while myself and the sheriff escorted Miss Delgado back to Valentine. After some time, myself and Sheriff Freeman rendezvoused in the Deputy Sheriff with Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels and Deputy Olin Barrow in St. Denis and proceeded to make our way back to Valentine, which is where I myself took the statement of Miss Delgado. Okay, of Miss Delgado, yeah. All right, so that again reaffirms that Delgado has some knowledge of this incident. I scroll down. There's Owen Barrow's statement. We're transporting Texas Red to prison armored coach. After stopping and getting the boat ready, Deputy Sheriff Daniels yelled, 3 horses riding in. They stopped a good 7,500 feet from us. One of them crashed their horse. He proceeded to get back on it as others circled around. Then that's when we noticed the body being dragged. One of them shot once, and I returned a single shot before Deputy Sheriff Daniels called for me to hold my fire. They then proceeded to withdraw, and a 4th rider came that turned out to be a friend of the deceased. I was unable to get a good visual description other than dark clothing. Okay, I don't need that person either. Crimson Delgado statement. Here we go. On 723, oh, sorry. Crimson Delgado, I was talking with Van Horn. I was talking with Van Horn? Yes, sir.
How are you?
Doing well. What can I do for you?
Oh, I was just popping in. I just ran into Miss Sanders.
Yeah, not doing too well.
Mm, no, it doesn't sound like it.
No. I think she's trying to get a hat and some glasses, so she's trying to get something the doctor told her to get.
And I presume you received the same letter that I did from her?
If I did, I haven't got to it yet. I'm doing prep for the pretrial tonight right now.
Very good. Well, I won't interrupt you any further then.
That's all right.
I'll see you in the courtroom.
Okay, no problem.
Take care.
Uh-huh. Whoops. I was talking with Van Horn when Carl came in as a form of support since we both came in unarmed. I was working out a peace deal before he began mouthing off to them about not wanting anything to do with them. Mad Jack. Okay, so here's our first visual identification of Mad Jack. And that is Crimson Delgado. Mad Jack approached him asking if he knew why they called him Mad Jack before slicing him up with a meat cleaver. They then took his body and dumped him over the tracks where he was found. We brought him to Valentine for a doctor, but it was already clear he was gone. I'd like for my name to be kept out of this, anything to say with this. Are you fucking serious? Everybody wonders why cases take so long to get processed. Because of that. So I can't use that. I can't use Crimson Delgado. I mean, I'll reach out and ask in character, but all of this. All right, let's see what else we got. On 723, I, Annabelle Grimm, just traveled to Blackwater in order to speak with the deputies there in regards to the incident. As Chief Marshal Theo Ford has assigned the case to the federal marshals. While gathering their statements, I received a telegram from Ms. Crimson Delgado stating that she had heard I wished to speak with her. Myself and Senior Deputy Marshal Ren Hamblin spoke to Ms. Delgado opposite the prosecutor's office in Blackwater. Ms. Delgado was very compliant and seemed to be willing to disclose all the information she had regarding the incident. Well, which is it? I mean, I'm going to ask her. Ms. Delgado informed myself and Senior Deputy Marshal Hamblin that she had been in Van Horn alone that night and had traveled to the saloon where in order to negotiate the terms of a peace deal. Ms. Delgado stated that there were approximately 7 people present, many of whom she did not know names of. However, she identified 3 males, which is Charles Bruiser Buck Cutter, a man who goes by the name of Mad Jack. That's actually 3, right? Charles Bruiser Buck Cutter and Mad Jack. Ms. Delgado informed us that most of the negotiations were discussed with Charles Buck. When I inquired about the peace deal, Ms. Delgado stated that everyone was sick of Van Horn gang causing trouble in St. Denis and wanted to negotiate some sort of terms to rectify this. Her offer was $500 bi-weekly paid to them. In return, the Van Horn gang would keep their crimes out of St. Denis. Ms. Delgado assured myself and Senior Deputy Marshal Hamblin that these were all her own terms and that she neither coerced or threatened. She was neither coerced or threatened in the deal. Ms. Delgado stated that she was unarmed and had been in Van Horn's saloon for a while before Mr. Evans showed up, also unarmed, as support for her. However, Mr. Evans was apparently quite belligerent towards the Van Horn gang due to their continued behavior. Ms. Delgado does not remember exactly what Mr. Evans said, but she said she understood his frustrations. After a while, an individual known as Mad Jack, there's another one, asked Mr. Evans if he was aware of why he was called Mad Jack. Miss Delgado said that Mad Jack asked his question a number of times before producing a meat cleaver and attacking Mr. Evans with it. Mr. Evans was left on the floor bleeding for an unknown amount of time, but Miss Delgado said she believed he may have been alive for some of the time after the attack. Ugh. When asked why she didn't immediately leave, she informed us that they hadn't finished talking business yet. Okay. After a while of continued negotiations, a number of Van Horn gang members picked up Mr. Evans before riding off. Miss Delgado followed, and she said she believed they were going to take Mr. Evans into St. Denis. However, they encountered deputies from West Elizabeth who were providing a prison transport, and so the gang left Mr. Evans on the tracks before riding back towards the Van Horn area. Miss Delgado informed the deputies of the ordeal and accompanied Sheriff Leroy Freeman and Deputy Josiah Matthews to the doctor's office in Valentine. Along with Mr. Evans, Miss Delgado believed that Mr. Evans died somewhere around the time that he was dumped on the tracks en route to Valentine. Miss Delgado states that when Mad Jack was attacking Mr. Evans, no one in the Van Horn gang made any attempts to intervene or put an end to the attack. She also believes that this was a spur of the moment attack and is not related to any previous animosity between the Van Horn gang or Mr. Evans' previous employer, Luca Gambino. So we're going to be subpoenaing Marshall. He was present for this. Ren Hamblin and Annabelle Grimm. That way, if that person says they don't want to use their statement, I don't know how we work that, but we'll give it a try. After speaking with Miss Delgado, myself and Senior Deputy Marshal Hamblin spoke to Magistrate Oscar Bugenhagen in order to inform him of the incident and seek advice. Senior Deputy Marshal Hamblin also contacted Baird Jefferson to schedule a meeting. Updated information from Deputy Marshal Robert Waters, 7/26/1898. This comes from the incident 7/25/1898 involving the shootout, Marshals versus Van Horn. During the talk Chief Marshal Theo Ford was having with the Van Horn gang, he questioned them as to why they did what they did to Carl Evans. Mad Jack stated that he killed Carl because he mouthed off to them and claimed it was justified for this reason. Myself and all the marshals were present for this, including. Okay, here we go. All right, so we've already subpoenaed Theo Ford, Ren Hamblin. Okay, so we got Theo Ford, yes. Ren Hamblin, yes. All right, so we need to subpoena Logan Black. We need to subpoena Caleb Madsen. And Robert Waters. And I have another updated statement I got pulled here, but let's see who's outside trying to kill me. I think probably the best thing for me to do is to no clip or something. I don't know. It's just taking way too long. The other one I think is even shorter than this one, so. All right. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people he admitted he killed him because he was annoying. Okay, I have an updated eyewitness from Mia Moore from Deputy Robert Waters. On 22 July, I received a telegram regarding meeting up in Van Horn to discuss matters regarding horse training. I showed up and met up with some of the members of the Van Horn gang. They showed me around the grounds and then continued back to have a glass in the saloon. In the saloon, Crimson had So Crimson's now confirmed to be there. Had showed up to have a conversation with everyone. Carl showed up what appeared to be late for this meeting of theirs. He entered the saloon and straight away started to mouth off Mad Jack, who didn't appreciate it being insulted. Mad Jack launched at him, and sliced his chest until he fell on the ground. Okay, so now we have another. Now, I don't know how they saw it, but we're gonna have to find out. More. And I also don't know. Gotta ask about this one. The visual ID? Question mark. Charges. Bruiser and Burke pled not guilty. Here's the post-mortem examination of Carl Evans. Deceased had a pump action shotgun hidden in his coat. Show number this. On inspection of the body, I found 6 slash marks across his abdomen. Found injuries to be fairly long, similar to damage that a meat cleaver would cause. The worst of the injuries seems to have cut into the man's liver. Conclusion: probable cause of death, traumatic injury to abdomen, excess blood loss. Further examination by Dr. Eddie McAllister. Deceased supposedly identified post-mortem by examiner at the time of autopsy. The eyes are closed, the irises are brown, and corneas are marginally cloudy. Hemorrhaging is present in the conjunctive surfaces of the eyes. Faint ligature marks present at the wrist. No defensive wounds noted. Limbs are equally symmetrically developed and show no evidence of injuries. Lacerations to the abdomen are on an upward angle, indicating the assailant's height to be shorter than the victim. This upward angle allowed the weapon to reach under the ribs of the victim, severing the right lung below the oblique fissure of the interior lobe. Lacerations are broad and deep, caused by a sharp curved blade wielded with tremendous force. Abdominal blood vessels severed. The abdominal arteries rising from the abdominal aorta, entering the abdomen through the aortic hiatus of the diaphragm near T12. And so colic trunk, superior mesenteric, and inferior mesenteric arteries. Inferior, yeah, all kind of bad shit. Lumbar, yep. Diaphragm ruptured. Cause of death is asphyxiation caused by laceration and abdominal. Wait, no, sanguination. Yikes! That got to do with blood and shit. All right, where his body was found, right there. Okay, so that concludes this one, but the next one is tied to this report. I'll go through and look at that later. Get all that done. Gotta take a breath. All right. Oh, that's the wrong one. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, here we go. Marshall v. Van Horn. This occurred on 7/25. Now, this is a rather extensive report. Flip to the next page here. Marshall first Van Horn. And this is on 7/25/98. All right, so we'll go back down to here later. Oh, he actually pled guilty to this? He pled guilty to 2 counts of attempted murder. Why is this? Maybe this is just information. There's a knife. There's a cleaver. There's a machete. Okay. All right. Don't see anything I can link that way as far as items. But yeah, the mustache still there for sure. Is that okay? This is it then. This is just informational, I guess. All right. But there was one more over here. I guess I need to look at that one. Yeah. See, this is the one that I actually printed off here. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at the arrest. What up, Teague? Appreciate everybody for hanging out here. I know this has been incredibly boring, but you're getting some good information about the processes for getting these cases going, which is fucking maddening. All right, details of incident. Chief Marshal Theo Ford, Senior Deputy Marshal Ren Reverend. So I already got these folks subpoenaed. Got them subpoenaed. So I mean, Annabelle Grimm's already subpoenaed. That's well. Chief Marshal Ford approached Van Horn and shot in the air to try to assess whether members of the Van Horn gang were in town. While the other marshals and Miss Grimm stayed back on the grassy knoll. Within earshot of Chief Marshal Ford, 5 Van Horn gang members ran out from within the town, guns in hand. Mad Jack, identifying himself as Jill. Roland Jones and Tony Romano, Bruiser, and Cass Cutter were present. Chief Marshal Ford established communication with the group, telling them who he was and why he was there, asking specifically for Bruiser and Mad Jack. Cass Cutter told him that neither Mad Jack nor Bruiser were there, though, and that were indeed standing right there. After back and forth conversation, Bruiser finally came forward to speak to Chief Marshal Ford. During that talk Chief Marshal Ford was having with the Van Horn gang, he questioned them as to why they did what they did to Carl Evans. Mad Jack stated he killed Carl Evans because he mouthed off to him and claimed it was justified for the reason. Okay. All of the marshals present heard him say this. He was even backed by his fellow gang members, saying that also this action was warranted. Mad Jack made threats towards Chief. Okay, I don't see an assault and criminal threat, so that's good. All right, we can add that later if we need to. Saying, you know what happened to people who try to fight us? Chief Marshal Ford backed off and reconvened with the marshals, and shots were soon fired at them. After a lengthy gunfight, it was confirmed between the marshals that on the Van Horn side, 2 were shot down on the beach, 2 were shot down on the hill, and 1 was shot in the alleyway. 3 bodies were claimed, but the 4th and 5th could not be located. Of the 3 bodies claimed, Roland, Mad Jack, and Joey Romano were identified. 2 unconscious West Elizabeth deputies were found on the other side of town and were taken to St. Denis along with the shot individuals affiliated with the Van Horn gang. In addition to this incident, they received a telegram from Landon Black Burke, informing him of his capture of Deputy Sheriff Winnie Joe Pickett. All right, so Theo Ford, he's subpoenaed here. Well, see, this is in regards. Okay, so verbal statements. Verbal statements for previous subpoenas. All right, good. So this is a statement from Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels. Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels stated that they had gotten a telegram. I, Annabelle Grimm. Using. Has sent to that I, Annabelle Grimm, has sent to share. Okay. They're informing them of the shots fired in Van Horn. They all rode towards Van Horn. Him, Sheriff Freeman, Deputy Owen Barrow, Deputy Simon, then they split up, lost sight of Deputy Barrow behind him. He and Deputy Matthews were together, and with Sheriff Freeman and Senior Deputy Cato riding ahead. Sheriff Freeman and Sheriff Deputy Cato, Senior Deputy Cato rode into Van Horn. Deputy Sheriff Daniels and Deputy Sheriff Matthews stopped outside of the area. They rode past the house just before Van Horn went up the hill to the left and noticed a white male with a long fur-lined coat. There you go. There's our description from the other one, but everybody can wear those. No hat and real soft voice came up from behind a bush. The male told Deputy Matthews that there was a lot of shooting. Deputy Matthews responded, however, Sheriff Daniels did not hear what he said. The male individual asked if they were deputies and shot them both before they could answer. Deputy Sheriff Daniels said he overheard the male mentioning someone named Tommy. He seemed very concerned, asking if Tommy could hear him. The male then picked Deputy Sheriff Daniels up, carried him somewhere. Ugh. Deputy Sheriff Daniels is not familiar with. Deputy Sheriff Daniels heard a woman's voice talking about hostages with the male individual. Deputy Sheriff Daniels couldn't see the woman, nor did he hear a name. The male individual then picked up Deputy Sheriff Daniels up again and dropped him on the road. Deputy Sheriff Daniels blacked out and woke up in the doctor's office in St. Denis after being retrieved by the marshals. Down by the docks. Yeah, that guy by the docks. Yeah. So here's my thing. Is this person saying that he was unconscious, but he was hearing these statements? That's what I'm really concerned about here. Notes. It has been confirmed that of West Elizabeth, the following law people were present in Van Horn. Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels shot. Does not know which Van Horn member was responsible, but it was not Tommy, Jack, or Roland. Senior Deputy Jenny Cato. Deputy Josiah Matthews. He was shot, punctured lung repaired, currently in a coma. Sheriff Freeman, Deputy Olin Barrow, was left at the scene. Charges. What is the obstruction? I guess downing them? And then 2 counts of attempted murder. Yeah, but so as far as, oh my God, hang on. We got a lot more to go with this. So right now, I don't see obstruction. The 2 counts of against Bruiser and Burt. This has nothing to do with Jack. I think the main purpose of this was to cover the statements that were made for shooting him from what, yeah, okay, all right. As far as this, then, I guess we can look at Harry Turner interview with the Van Horn gang. Murder Call Evans, I already got that one. Mad Jack, I already got that one. Marshall v. Van Horn, Roland Jones, I don't need that one. Let's see what this is all about. Yep, getting schwacked. Filing deputies, Deputy Christy Cross and Ellie Dean present before Harry Turner interview. Deputy Sheriff Winnie Joe Pickett, Senior Deputy Sean. Okay, yeah, yep. Do I see Jack's name anywhere here? Okay, yep, there I do. Harry Turner on 7/22/1898, approximately 10 p.m. Eastern, outside of St. Denis Sheriff Office, meeting with Senior Deputy McConnell to report that he just received a telegram from Cass Cutter to talk with him about some others about a town ordinance and blockade, the blockade apparently being lifted, and whatnot. And Mr. Turner appeared concerned because it was made out in the telegram that the big names with bounties on their heads would all be there: Bruiser, Black Burke, and Cass. Senior Deputy McConnell then went and got Sheriff's Deputy Winnie Joe Pickett to join in the conversation. In the meantime, Harry Turner asked me, I dare to say I may have some of their trust, as terrifying as that sounds. Deputy Sheriff Winnie Joe Pickett came and joined the conversation. Harry said Cass Cutter, one of the Van Horn boys, just telegrammed me. He was with Bruiser last time that spoke at Flat Neck Station incident in New Hanover. They want to talk about me. I gotta drink something. Sorry. They want to talk with me about an ordinance, the blockade being lifted, saying how it's bullshit that they wanted to spin the story. The telegram was sent 3 hours ago. Harry telegrammed them back as soon as he received, saying the response saying they were in Van Horn. Harry asked, "What do you want me to do there or here?" Looking for advice on how to proceed. Discussing further, it was determined that if the meeting was in Van Horn, there were definitely going to be just 3 there: Bruiser, Katz, and Burke. Harry stated again he thinks they have his trust to an extent because they want him to put their words out in public. He believed the safety was all right. The issue was addressed that the department couldn't operate this night due to not having enough people on duty. It would be foolish to try and siege Van Horn. Claim was made that Harry Turner would meet Kaz and Van Horn as soon as he arrived. He would telegram Deputy Sheriff Winnie Joe Pickett, and if he did not return in an hour and a half, then every law that could be gathered would come looking for him. Harry Turner's statement: went down to Van Horn, 5 people under the bathhouse. Kaz, he was hurt. He was on the ground. He had been shot. There was Black Burke, Bruiser, Mad Jack, and and then a lady who I never really got her name. I believe she was Black Burke's lady. Judging by how he talked, black hair, braid, maybe, bunched in the back, black clothing and skirt and no corset. Apparently Black Burke had accidentally shot Kaz because people got uppity in Van Horn and started a shootout. Kaz was taking the body away. Burke was going to shoot the body that was on the shoulder. Then Kaz turned around and accidentally shot him. I'm just going to keep skipping here because there's nothing with this. Eventually, I got done talking to Kaz. Another man shows up. Jack, ? He apparently stole a law transport wagon. He said, I stole it off the street. They left it. The Black Burke told me there were pictures of Mad Jack pulled out a cleaver. All right, okay, that's good. So Harry Turner, Mad Jack cleaver. Let's see how see what he says. Everyone tried to calm him. Mac Jack goes, I want to show you something, Jack, and says, over everyone's protest. Jack grabs me by the shirt, drags me along. Blackbird says, if you kill my reporter, I'll be very upset. He pulled me into the barn, and the others opened the door to watch. He then pulls out 2 fingers from his jacket that he is looking for a third. 2's a pair, 3's a collection. They're very special to him. Okay, so fingers. All right. That's very good. They're very special to him. I then asked if we take it. I get a lady's finger. He said he would not. He wouldn't need quite the trade. I kept asking what. Then he said, "Put your hand on the table." He pulled out a cleaver, so I did it. He asked, "You really want the finger?" He raised the cleaver over his head and threw it down next to my hand, not on it. He said, "All right, let's go." We walked outside. The rest of them stood there. Black Burke said something along the lines of, "Say, if we didn't want you to put us in the papers as killers and thieves that we are, and instead hypothetically put you into a basement and strip you down into a diaper and use as blackmail," the cleaver came out again. Cass pushed me away again, got me to my horse. He seemed slightly worried about me, got me out of there as soon as possible and rode here. Taken by Deputy Chrissy Cross. So we're going to have to get Chrissy Cross on the stand as well. Notes: Harry, I dare to say I may have some of their trust, terrifying as that sounds. Kaz was there in the night. Shooting, kidnapping of the man, referring to the incident in Flat Neck Station. List of charges, none. This is an information report. Okay, we got it. All right. So the Marshall v. Van Horn 72598 is the confirmation of charges. for Mad Jack. So let's look at the original charges. Holy shit. We've been going an hour and a half at this shit. Holy fuck. Alright. So that's the third report. Go back to the first report here. Look at the charges again and see what we can now verify. Okay, Jack has been identified. Partially. Two counts of aggravated battery. That's for the shooting of the LEOs. We can prove that he was there. Yes. Mayhem. Yes. Kidnapping. Yes. Torture. Absolutely. And also, the next case is the murder. So what were the charges on the murder, if there were any other than murder? Just murder. Okay. Dude, I am the only prosecutor right now. We got the office organized now to where I'm going to hire 3 assistants, 3 apprentices, and then 2 clerks. And then I'm going to get the fuck out of office. All right. Let's close this madness. Oh, I'm hungry and thirsty. I'm surprised I hadn't died. Okay. I think I'm good. Go through my notes as soon as I eat and drink something. Yeah, see, I'm about to thirst to death here. All right, so my handwritten notes. Okay, for the 61698 Van Horn v. Lemoyne, we got Zal Longway, Guinevere Bellevue, Charles Bruiser Buck, and Sean McConnell. Guinevere heard Jack's voice. Sean McConnell took her statement. Zal, we'll find out if we need to do that one or not. And then we're also going to try to get Winnie Jo. I'm just going to write her name down there anyway and let her. I don't know why I didn't write her name down. I'll put her down as a victim. Murder of Carl Evans, Marshall T.O. Ford, Crimson Dog Gatto, visually identified Jack, Lee Roy Freeman, Marshall Wren Hamlin, Annabelle Grimm, Logan Black, Caleb Madsen, Robert Waters, and Mia Moore. Gotta find out what Mia Moore's, how she saw the person, where she was, all that stuff. Of those, Marshall Theo Ford, Marshall Wren Hamlin, Logan Black, Caleb Madsen, and Robert Waters, and also Annabelle Grimm, heard the the admission by Mad Jack to killing Carl Evans because of that. Because of the him being annoying. Okay, so Marshall v. Van Horn 72598. These are verbal. This report is pretty much to justify the other one, so the marshals, I wrote that in here. Also, there's a statement from Harry Turner. Actually, did I miss any statements in that? I might have. That's just the arrest report. Oh, I know what I did. Hang on there, kid. Hang on there, kid. It's this one, I believe, which has this one attached. And I actually need to steal this and put it on my report. But I did print it out, so they have it. All right, what are the other attachments? Got that. Got that. I don't have that, but that's nothing to do with me. Josiah statement, Romano statement, and Roland statement. Oh, these are medical reports. Okay, yep, these are all medical reports. So 1, 2, 3, 4 medical reports. This I do not believe. I'm gonna have to share that. There's a hidden attachment. And then, oh, Jack. Large hook nose. What do he have on his person? Okay. So let me do this. Let me scroll on up to the top. We want to share this. Copy that. Get out of there. Get it out of here. Go to prosecutor's office. Boom. Trial of Jack. And we want to go to attachments. Boom. Boom. Attach. Okay. There we go. We got all 4 of the things on here now, even though I've printed them out already. I need to verify that the defense has everything after the trial. I did release things prior to the trial to get things rocking and rolling. So, we done for right now. Mother of God. Almost an hour and 40 minutes of case review. I apologize. Lack of role play there. But all right. Oh. Let's get into some RP maybe. About time for the damn trial or the pre-trial. Whew. Well, need to get my hat. Need to get my hat. Log back into TX admin because I just got bumped out for some reason. All right, we got 77 people up in this bitch. I would imagine that's still growing. Restart is fairly recent, but not too as well. Go outside and see what's going down. I bet we're going to be bubbling as soon as we walk out the door. I see horses. Okay, there's somebody that just clicked in. There's people over there. That's the doctor's office. I might have got a couple telegrams there, so let's go see. Are you dressed up for court today?
What was that?
You dressed up for court today?
That's what I usually wear. But, sure.
All right, you want to meet me over at the courthouse here in just a minute? Or you got something you're doing?
No, I just got back into town. I can meet you over there.
All right, good. I can hardly wait. Robbery in progress. Saint Denis General Store. How you doing? Robert Waters. Got that. Awesome. He is willing to testify. Good. 0 telegrams. All right. Send you an update to that YMAP. Ooh, yeah. Let me see that. I can hardly wait. Hitters. Oh my god, dude. Wow. Wow. So that was in the bank stuff, wasn't it?
Hi, Selena.
Holy shit. Hitters, that was
How are
good, dude.
Sorry, what was that?
So
Oh, you're whispering. Yes, there you are.
oh, I bet.
How are you?
So is that something that I can let folks know about? Or should we just wait and kind of do like a tease to it? Outstanding. We will do that. Exciting things coming. Soon TM. Man, I wish I could play Spotify right fucking now with some fucking banging shit. I can hardly wait. Yeah, Baird's looking old, man. He's got I put the stuff. I put the stubble on the old fucker's face. Oh shit! All right, yeah, Baird's looking kind of fucking rough. No matter how hard I try.
All right. What can I do for you there?
All right, just wanted to go over these charges with you one by one real quick and kind of the witnesses and everything I pulled out of the review.
Sure thing.
Let's go over here. All right. I was a little concerned with the first incident because nobody really, someone audibly, the sheriff audibly identified Jack, possibly. And I'm real concerned about Winnie Joe being able to be on a stand and giving me, direct testimony.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, I believe the 2 counts of aggravated battery, him being at the scene, would apply for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The mayhem with the loss of body part, that would definitely should be good to go. The kidnapping, removing her from the scene and taking her to a location, and then also the torture that occurred from that location with the cutting and the branding her body.
All right.
So right now I think it's weak. However, when you go to the Marshall v. Van Horn on 725, Mr. Harry Harry Turner, with Mr. Turner having possession of those fingers and collecting them and all that, I believe that kind of definitely does lock him back into being president of that location. I mean, we'll push for it. It's a sworn statement that individual sent. He was also in possession of a meat cleaver during that incident, so I believe that does lock up those charges, at least as far as probable cause to let this go forward to trial. The other situation as well with the Carl Evans, we have received another witness as of today named Mia Moore has come forward and gotten with Marshall Waters. and advised that she's willing to testify. As far as the statement, the general statement that she issued, or the initial statement that she issued, she really didn't go into much detail. And she, my impression is that she was somewhere in the bar, but she doesn't say specifically. So I'm going to have follow up with her. Also, Crimson Delgado apparently observed this situation.
Correct.
So I have those two people that were witnesses to the situation with Jack, with the meat cleaver in his hand, is what, I'm going to push here. And then I'll clarify and ask my questions during depositions later.
All right.
And then, of course, Mad Jack, or Jack Jackson, making the spontaneous utterance to the 5 marshals on scene, who I have from that report identified as yourself, Marshall Wren Hamlin, Logan Black, Caleb Manson, Robert Waters, and I guess Annabelle Grimm was also there to hear that, or no?
They were all behind me as I was negotiating with these individuals, primarily speaking to Kaz Cutter, Bruiser, and Jack. I'm not sure who all was close enough to hear the actual conversation, but I heard everything. I was the one speaking to them directly.
All right, then we will get depositions to confirm all that.
All right.
Other than that, I think we got everything locked up. It's the murder of Carl Evans, the 2 aggravated batteries, the mayhem, the torture, and the kidnapping. I think we pretty much got locked up here now. The defense attorneys here, I'm unsure what they're going to come up with at a pretrial hearing, but I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with something ingenious. But the main thing we got going for us is this is a pretrial hearing, so all we're trying to get forward is the probable cause, which is pretty much what I just presented to you, is what I'm going to present to the judge.
Indeed.
All right. Let's see here. I did speak with Annabelle Grimm about assisting my office with clerking duties and things like that. Also coming from the marshal's office, where we have to issue out reports to defendants, and then also or their attorneys, and then they can gather information from there. And also send a letter to Bella Winslow about doing the same for all the other jurisdictions from the her role as a court clerk here.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, how was your trip?
Long, but it was fine.
Anything good come from it?
Well, sense of direction, I guess, on a few things, but more so information I got when I arrived back today about 3 more Van Horn getting locked up. That's more so the best part of returning.
Yep, that's good. Were you here the other day for the what the fuck was his name? The Limper?
No, I don't believe so.
So what happened with the Slimper situation is, apparently he shot some guy dead in the street, and it was just it was a home run, But what happened is, the report that I had was pretty much the initial report that was done, and then the
Oh, right. Yeah,
yeah. So
I know
much,
I know all about that.
yeah, processes were, fucked beyond belief, and, I had to eat humble fucking pie, and then I had to give a damn interview to the reporter about how I screwed up, and yeah. But we'll see how it goes, I guess. I'm getting pretty close to retirement. Again.
Can't be perfect all the time.
That's what I try to tell Gertrude up there in the saloon. And sometimes, a little quicker than others, and you drink a little bit much, and it takes a little bit longer, or it just kind of goes away real fast. So, you just got to do the best you can do. I mean, I'm sure you know about all that.
Can't say that I do, but I can see what I have what to look forward to.
Yeah, most likely. I think
Jesus Christ.
It's the It's the age torture. That's why I try to use mine 3-4 times every day just to make sure it knows I still think about it.
Fuck happened to your hair?
All right, God damn it. Look at this shit. Look at that right there. Look, isn't that nice? Going back to my old days.
Right.
But little did I know that I got all these age spots and moles and shit on the back of my head now, and the hair that I did have was covering up all this other bullshit.
Well, I'm sure Gertrude won't judge too harshly.
No, she likes it. She's been rubbing her fingers all around the back of it and all that, likes the way it feels.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, it says old, wrinkly, and, you know, I said, well, it kind of feels like, well, you know, let's just stop talking about it, I guess. You know, a little saggy in the back there, like a couple sausages, you know. See, look.
You,
wrinkles back there?
Yeah, I see it. Definitely see it. Might want to keep, well, no, that ain't really possible, is it? Can't keep your hat on during court. Oh, well.
Well, I put on a new outfit for every trial, so I'm gonna go get something going on here. I gotta let the people know that I'm still on my A game.
All right. Well, just make sure you come in with your tie straightened and, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't drank in the last 3 hours, so I'll be ready.
Oh, well, that's good to hear.
Bumbity 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 bum. There's a wagon right there. Carriage. What the? What a weird posture. Oh, he's smoking. All right. All right, let's fuck with him a little bit here.
We're gonna go. I'm a defense attorney, and I haven't made any money yet.
Doctor.
Howdy.
Oh, it's Mr. Jefferson.
Doctor. All right, we got to get kind of jazzed up here. Actually, I should have just gone to the tailor, but I like doing something new every time. I mean, the guy looks pretty goddamn good. Look at him. I mean, come the fuck on. This guy right here, whoo, he's a lady killer. He is a lady licer. Torso, let's look at color of vest first. No, too easy. Not too bad. Yeah, I can probably get away with that. Don't mind it. Too quiet. Needs to be loud. Way too quiet. Can probably do that. All right, now let's put on a different color shirt underneath it, maybe. How about that? I really don't want to get rid of the shoes. I love the shoes, but how is that not bleeding through normally? So disappoint. That's really my only options for this vest. The blue looks really good. All right, so 4. Go with that dark, maybe. We can look at the shoes, I guess. We need loud shoes. Don't mind that. Maybe then we do white pants. Ooh, we do white pants just to piss people off. Yes, sir. All right, that's what I'm talking about. I'm loving it. But we got to go back to the light color shoes now. All right, so 10 is the color. Oh, maybe that's the color. No. No, that's different. I have a hard time matching colors though, like this. All right, let's change the color of the vest and see if they do or if they don't match up. Torso. All right, so color vest is 5. It's definitely gonna be that one. Yeah, we're definitely gonna rock that one. Now let's fuck around with the shoes. Boop. Feet. What other colors we got? Man, that's so close. I think that's black, but I can't tell in here. 32 was the shoe. 32 was the shoe. Baird has never wore boots before, so. The 32 is what we were wearing. Oh my God, that would be awesome. Can't do it. Just cannot do it. Ain't do it. Not gonna do it. The 32. Wait, what's that one? Womp, bam, la, bam, bam, boom, tooth, fruit. Would it let me wear these? If this let, oh my God, if this lets me wear it. Oh no, it's on the back. Fuck, that would have been nice. I can wear the sandals. I'm that close to retirement. It'll let me wear sandals. Maybe that's what we do. I'm not thinking I'm gonna have too many options here. Yep. Not thinking. Oop, whoop, whoop. That's right. Oh, wait a minute. Actually. Okay. No. All right. So 4 works. Those actually might match, but why is it not taking on my pants? Oh, pant. Ugh. That's why. Look at that fucking guy right there. My God. Don't mind those. There's bleed in the back, or there's clipping in the back, but it ain't that bad. Oh, that's what I need. This is every Baird stream, by the way. If this is the first time you've called a Baird stream, we have a wonderful, I have a wonderful tradition with this character of changing outfits before every hearing, every case. So we'll be doing this a lot this week. And yeah, although I don't get credit for my fashion sense, Baird is a rock star. Okay, here we go. Oh, fuck, I can't change color of that. No, Baird is an absolute fucking rock star with his clothing. The ladies love him. The ladies love this guy. And now he looks old as fuck. This actually is like IRL Martberg right here. Although, I very rarely wear a suit and tie. Occasionally I do, but not a lot. But when I do, I got to have the best. I mean, I've seen some nice shoes here. It's just, I want something like really loud. I want white shoes or, ooh, alligator. That thing got some gators on them. Hang on. There's no clipping in the back. Okay, all right, here we go. T/pant. That's it. That, my friends, is it. All right, that's 89. 89 is definitely the one. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's kind of cream color yellow laces. I ain't interested in that shit. $89 is still the number. $89 is the number. All right, we tried it. We went through. We're going to go to 89 and we're going to call it a night. Got trial in 55 minutes. We did it. And I screenshot it on accident, but hey, I'm not upset by that. We call this one I'm gonna call this one Burgundy. Burgundy. Look at this fucking stud right here. Oh, with the tips. Yes. We'll just do a load skin. He's got his coat. Oh yeah, he's ready. We ready. We ready. Am I fishing? Or is that somebody logging in, logging out? We're going to go ahead and get in the courtroom. So if there's a bubble, we don't have anything to do with it. That's a horse. I'm going to put in a, I'm going to put in a TX admin at half hour till, reminding folks that they need to clear out. Whip. Whip. Oh, the lights just hadn't kicked on yet. They should kick on here real goddamn soon. Oh, nobody in there? Good. Alright, so C/me hangs up coat and hat. C/coat. And it never goes away. C/hat. And it never goes away. C/sleeves. The fucking drip on this guy. Look at him. All right. We are incredibly ready to get into some shenanigans. Oh, we shenanigans. Oh, mercy. That just sent me a gift. I got the horses in the back on a Dwight. On a Dwight. Oh, God. All right. Let's send her back over there. The lights are back on now. I love the way he looks right now. We'll go outside, smoke a cigar, and wait. And it almost feels like I'm just like totally rushed right now too. It don't make any sense. Log in 3 hours for the fucking trial, and I just barely got done with time to do my clothing. Oh, it's my last cigar. Oh, but I got the pipe though. Kidders, you in here? You still there? I added some more things for channel points. Because Proc said he had 84,000 channel points. I know you're also a addicted viewer in love with my characters. So yeah, there's a few things that can be done now. Holy shit. All right. All right. All right. All right. What are all these notifications for? Who the? I was say, who's that big bastard? But I thought that's the female there. Okay. Well, you know, how's everybody doing in here? I gotta get into Baird voice again. I think I'm better off alone. Yes, no. What are all those notifications for then? What was all that 1 in a million talk that I was getting there? Oh, I'm so confused. Thank you, phone. All right. Come on now, peoples. Everybody just showing up last minute for this damn thing. Got it. I don't know who the fuck that is. Might be Annabelle Grimm, but I'm not sure. I mean, wow, look at this fucking guy. I might need to change my, thinking I might need to change my images here. Even better. My lord, even better. Let's walk around this bad boy. Put down the cigar. Let's bust out a pipe. Like he bounces when he has a pipe. He's doing a little wiggle of that ass. Work it, Baird. Work it. Work it. Oh, I think now would be a good time to go get a cup of coffee too, but I don't know. Oh, fuck. I did not take my medicine today. That's disappointing. Oh, that's very disappointing. Felt great though. Does anybody else use lanterns on their horses? Never been a thing for me. I just don't really dig it myself. But a lot of people do it. Let's take another hit to the head here. Is that fucking Woody? Oh, please let that be Woody. Ain't in there. Yeah. I don't think I'd ever put one on there, especially if I'm playing a crim. Oh my god, if I'm playing a crim, having a lantern on that thing. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely practical, but I couldn't. Maybe Baird would have one, but I don't know. Actually, I need to DM somebody about, let's see. I actually need to put a comment in admin chat. That's what I need to do. Sorry. I'll drop that bitch up in admin chat. Does anyone have an issue? I can never spell the word ridiculous. Never in my life have I been able to spell that correctly the first time. Just gonna scroll through Discord for a minute while we're just standing here. Just looking a little bunk right now. Looking a little bunk. We got one permit code that we can knock out real quick. Give it a refresh. Who is this? This is Corbin. That one is good. What's the general chat? What'd it be looking like? RP Appreciation is such a cool channel. Everybody's blasting that thing around. Very nice. Businesses. Screenshots. Clips. Very nice, very nice. Everything looking good. Okay. Ooh, got another dev. Well, hell yeah. Got another dev request. That's what I'm talking about. Big props. We're gonna have got a very large dev team coming on board. That's very, very good. Very, very good. My goodness, what's happening here? Excuse me. Woo. This house is never. Oh. Remember, well, you got dev updates. Steffi, what you been doing? Bartender in Blackwater has gone on vacation as well. He heard how nice the bartender in Valentine had it. The range and position of all saloon interactions have been worked to ensure accessibility from both sides of the bar with room for more than one person at the bar at a time. Doyle's in St. Denis now is a functioning saloon interaction point. That's awesome. No more stealing booze from other bars. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Well, we've made a fresh pass through Discord. It looks clean. This fucking trial is in 30 fucking minutes. I'm not gonna put out my damn TX admin announcement if ain't nobody coming to the trial, I guess. But I think they're doing a very large escort to get him here. I would imagine this is a murder trial. Oh. We might tonight, maybe, end this stream because I gotta have my video separated. We'll end this stream and then we'll go forward with some other things. But let's watch some clips. Let's watch some clips. Let's just do that. I just gotta figure out how to do the goddamn thing here. Alright, so open up this. I'm gonna pull that down there. Pull that down there now. Go to streaming Twitch. Go to video producer. And go to clips. Really good scene last night with my character. Really good scene. So let's open up another source. We'll go with the not a display. We'll go with the window capture. We'll add the window capture. We're gonna make a new one. I call this switch clips. Add the source, and the window is Clip Manager. Let's see if this will actually work. Hopefully it'll play a clip. I'll pull it up here. Look at this guy. Okay, good. No, I'm not worried about you second guessing yourself. You're on the right path. I'm the one that strayed from the path.
And what path are you straying from? Marrying your lover boy and fading into obscurity? Losing your legacy? Upsetting your father?
Legacy doesn't mean anything. My father never wanted me to be infamous.
I ain't talking about infamy.
Well, that only lasts so long anyway. I gave up. At least temporarily. Everything I was. Because of one person.
Where are you now?
I'm lost. Boom. Good moment. Good moment last night. Here we go. There's a little fun one here. Somebody talking fucking shit.
I chose most of what Sean
Go
wears
have a
because
life
Martin
somewhere
has
else.
terrible taste in clothing.
See that shit? Terrible taste in clothing. My fucking ass. This was with me and Fuzzy Freaks the other day. I was playing Davy at the time. We were making fun of the people across the street.
Oh, that'll be the rash. Maybe I should let that clear up before we have a passionate
He's the guy on the left,
embrace.
I'm the guy on the right.
Yeah, shit, let me do the cream then. I gotta put the cream on this for you.
All
Okay,
right.
hang on 1 second. My pocket here.
Oh, okay, yes. Yes. Is that a bottle of cream in your pocket, or you're just glad to see me?
Maybe a little bit of both there, boss.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
All right, hang on. Let me just grab a big dollop of it on my hand here.
Oh, don't rub it on yourself. Don't.
Wait, why shouldn't I put it on myself too? I'm gonna be touching it.
Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Yes. Now, touch me. Oh, wait. Where are you going?
Okay,
No. Okay, touch me. Touch me now.
Here I go.
Oh, that's cold and yet hot at the same time. It's making me all tingly.
Okay, I'll make it better. I'll blow some breath on it.
Oh. Oh, God. All right. Where was I?
All right, that's another good one. Fuzzy's a lot of fun to RP with. Here's a Davy. I'm gonna wreck it. Trying to break up the marriage here of Caleb Van Cole and Don Van Cole. Hey, Mr. Toledo, what's the doctor's like legal name if somebody was to maybe send something her way?
I believe it's Don Van Cole.
Ah, Dawn. Dawn's a nice name.
Dawn Russo. I'm gonna wreck it. I'm gonna wreck it.
Do it. Be relentless, Davey. When you want something, you gotta go get it. Baby.
I'm going for it.
Last I heard, they're pretty open.
You hear that, Davey?
Hey. Oh, you did it to him. You did it to him.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a fucking chance for my man.
What's all that 1 in a million talk, huh? All that. Davey likes to quote scripture.
Don't get Davey started on quoting scriptures. All
Yeah.
right, he'll go all day.
Yeah, you know, that reminds me of St. Paul 27:16. All right. It says, do unto this horse that paweth at my fucking dog.
That's right.
Yeah, see, easy there.
And you be hitched.
You,
That's
you
right.
might need to quit smoking there,
Yeah.
Toledo.
You musteth be
Nah,
hitcheth.
it's good for the lungs, good for the soul.
Right. Yeah, whatever.
This is scripture with Davey 1.
What's the good book say? If you can even call it a good book, it's best to ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely in there. I think it's in Gentricles 1.3.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Cough it up, though. Hey, cough it up,
Get it
Toledo.
out of
You'll
you.
be all right.
Better out than in. That's what I always say.
Yeah. Sorry, you caught me off guard on a dragon.
Oh, fuck. Oh, this is me freaking out on the fucking horse. Hey, do us a favor there, Toledo. If you see this lineman come back by, just like jump down in front. Stop it! Hey, quit! Stop fucking doing that, all right, Shireen?
You know, we might need to teach this horse a lesson there, Davey.
Do me a favor, Toledo. You see this fucking deputy come running by again with the badge, dressed up all nice and pretty? You just like dive down in front of him and trip him up, all right?
Hey, you look at me right now. You paw this dog and get him
my
and slap you across
fucking
the fucking face, all right?
All right, easy. Yeah. All right, you know what? I'm tired of talking to you, Shireen. You go and fucking like play with the fucking trees or something. Get out of here!
Yeah, fuck off. Get.
Went right over there to the other horses. She is such a whore. Ventricles 25:13. Misbehaving here.
Oh, what was your name?
I never said my name.
All right, that's
Yeah,
a
no,
weird name to have.
You can.
You never. You never. Is that from? Where's that from? You never.
You never said.
Josiah.
You never said.
Josiah's my name. There you go.
Josiah.
You never Josiah. Lovely name. Love it. Real
Very
strong
nice.
name.
Sounds like it's like Albanian or something.
No, it's not.
Oh, all right.
My name is just Josiah. Josiah.
All right.
Just Josiah. All right.
No, my name Josiah.
Oh, Josiah. See, okay.
Josiah.
I see. I see.
Kind
I
of sounds
see.
like Jesus, but with more aya in it. You know.
Without all the killing and stuff.
Right.
A lot of wars. Many people
A
died.
lot of wars.
Gone too
Too
soon.
many. Gone too soon.
Too
Too
soon.
far.
We're gonna win this.
All right.
Yeah.
You gentlemen have a good day. All right.
All right. Go get
Yeah,
some
you
cocaine
too.
from the doctor.
You too.
All right. Let's get out of
What
here.
a love.
What a lovely man. What a lovely man. This is me staring at Taw's knockers here.
You had to come
What is this right here?
bask in the sunrise. I understand.
Yeah.
Hold on just a minute, sir. We're talking to the lovely lady here. One moment. The nerve on some people, I swear to God.
Yeah.
That's a deputy for you.
Oh, a
Yeah.
deputy. Oh, wow. What do you do?
Yeah.
He's all
I
alone
told
in
him-
town.
I told him that Don here has seen me in a dress and makeup, and he got all flustered and walked off.
I
Yeah.
didn't know what to think about that one.
Looks like he's
Women love a man
staring
with
at your.
confidence.
Looks like he's staring at your horse's ass there, Davey.
Yeah.
It's probably the only ass you can ever get.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, he's getting plenty from the sheriff earlier.
Got him. I got him.
Davey, you all right?
Yeah.
You just concentrated there a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, take your time.
All right.
Do you two gentlemen want a cocaine peppermint before you go?
Yeah. Let's see. That's the one. Yeah, that's when I got caught checking out fucking Palmer's
There's
ass.
6 fiends there, all producing gold. The caveat though
They ran down that ass.
This is for new Austin residents only. So if you're gonna live here, if you're gonna contribute to the economy, do right by folk, protect that mine, I'll give you the license.
I mean, to be quite honest,
And run.
I was
I was saving up the money because I wanted to buy a red. Since every red has come across, I've been a little too late.
You're
That was
frothing at the
one of
mouth,
the other
Turnip.
things I wanted
This was me and VTM a while back on Baird Jefferson. I don't get too many clips of Baird. Pretty rare one. Close here.
I'm confusing him with a
You walk in
proctologist.
the damn doctor's office and, they tell you to drop your trousers, and next thing you know, they're elbow deep in your anus. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're prosecuting you.
No, that's a different type of prosecuting. That's more like a persecuting.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, as far as the prosecutor, I don't deal with nothing with nobody's ass. All right. Let's just get that clear first.
Oh, all right.
Other than putting them in Cisco. That's what I do. I put that ass in Cisco. All right, then. Let me tell you about Dance Hall Girl. He's quiet as fuck, man. I was glad I was able to go back and watch that fucking laugh. Shotgun. Oh, this is Kidder's favorite clip right here. This is when he fucking murdered me.
I heard
some type of fucking cat.
I heard a horse neigh. A cat.
Sound like
Shit,
a
what
fucking.
talking about?
Think it's one
Like
of
a
those
cat.
Mexican wildcats?
Yeah, probably.
What are you talking about?
Look around
Right.
here somewhere. I heard it.
Heads on a swivel, boys.
Listen
Heads
to
on a
Kidder's
swivel.
behind me. Oh, it's right here.
Davey, hold on, Davey.
Oh God!
You all right? You all right?
Oh God, Davey! He got him! He got him!
Oh shit.
Yeah, probably. One more time for the.
talking
It's
about?
around
Right.
here somewhere. I heard it.
Heads on a swivel, boys. Heads on a swivel.
Watch the back of
Oh,
my
it's right
head
here.
explode.
Davey, hold on, Davey.
Oh God!
You all right? You all right?
Oh God, Davey! He got him! He got him!
Oh God. Oh, that was good, Kidders. Let's watch it Gone Too Soon, huh? Gone Too Soon.
Tell her how she went. It's all right. Keep it
Tell her
together.
what talk about it, boy.
Come. In memoriam. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
Oh, she drowned in the bathtub.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss there, mate.
It's all right. She had a guy on top of her, held her head underwater because she told him to do it, and she never came back up again.
It was real deep. It was real deep.
It's one of the big tubs.
That's quite the way to go.
Were there bubbles? Was it
The
just a
last-
bubble bath?
Yeah, last words were.
She went out the way she always was meant to go, doing what she loved.
Yeah.
Holding her breath?
Underwater tuggies, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, tuggies. Oh, God. God rest her soul. They were the best.
I hope she at least had some bubble bath.
Gone,
It's sad
gone too
otherwise.
soon. Gone too soon, baby.
Too soon. Too soon. God rest her soul.
Gone.
The humble Surgeon General. Here we go. This is when Davey sees the character for the first time.
Humble, but she's actually the Surgeon General.
My goodness.
Oh, I wasn't going to tell
All
you.
right. Davey here's got a schnoz. You got a schnoz, doctor?
Yeah, look at my nose there.
Schnoz.
Look at his face.
Yeah.
He's been hitting the head so many times.
Yeah, take the head off. Show her the
He
schnoz.
can't breathe through that. Look how big this guy's fur is. It's so big. Look at that.
Oh my
Jesus.
goodness.
I got
Look
kicked
at
by
it.
a horse like 13 times.
I can tell.
No, that was not a horse.
Well, the two guys held me down for 11 of the kicks.
That was
That's
one
right.
girl and then they
right.
You got a cigar de glace.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Doc, can you fix
unfortunately,
it?
that is. I mean, I can yank it back into place, but
Oh,
that's
do
about
it.
all I can do.
You can
Someone will
yank
have to break it
anything.
first.
You can yank anything you want to yank there, doctor. Go ahead.
Oh, I'll
Yeah,
break
trust
his
me, I
fucking
do,
nose.
but-
Don't you fucking
All
wait
right,
till you're
you want us to hold his
Come here.
shoulders and you
Can
yank the
you,
schnoz?
Too soon. Gone too soon. Oh, here's I miss Gustav, man. Gustav's a fun character to have around occasionally.
I was going to ask if you had clammy hands.
Yeah, but I like her hands look like feet, and I like feet.
Well, that's true. Her hands do look like me. That I ain't never noticed that.
She got-
geez,
she got really-
that's real nice there, Goose.
Yeah,
Look
she's
at
got
that. He
really,
noticed.
got
he
really
noticed
narrow
something we didn't.
fingers. Really narrow fingers, but big thumbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they do kind of look like a foot a little bit, but my
That's right.
my thumbs ain't quite as big as my big toe. My
Her
big
thumbs
big
look like
toe.
her thumbs look like little big toes. Like
Yeah,
that.
With your hands, you could strangle a wolf.
I knew a lady that had.
Let's see here. Brother and sister bond. Here we go. This is with Pricks Prax.
Goodbye, Dad.
Yeah.
You're not my father, too. Congratulations.
No,
you had
I didn't
dreams.
think so. I thought he ran down the street. I don't know.
Just
oh.
go. Just go.
Thank you.
What?
Oh my god. Oh.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
Sister. I'm not sure if you were invited for this trip.
This is my sister, and we're going to. Uh-oh.
Oh, dear Lord.
Okay, I slipped it.
Oh my
Hey, just kicked her in the
I'll go
face.
get Dad.
Gustav, that's his sister now, so he did figure that out. And then he got confused here.
I don't even know if this is actually a thing.
Native fella.
But, like a glass eye or something?
There is eye prosthetics
Yeah.
being sold, and if not glass eye, there is some that have been made of wood.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Yeah,
think-
see, that's
But,
that is not my profession, but I
Yeah,
wasn't.
I don't think I'm optometrist though, because I think I'm probably more English than anything else.
No, you're not enough.
Oh, I love hearing people break.
Do you need a doctor?
You're not an optometrist, no.
No, I'm not. I think
Definitely
I'm
American. Definitely American, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Wait, what makes you think I'm Americans?
Well, I mean, we live in America, so you know. I mean, I.
That's about all so far for Sundays. I just got back to streaming. Let's watch one of Teague in the old days on PRC. She's like a lady of the night, as There's
they
Davey
call them. You
on
know,
PRC.
she tries to get through a customs, you know, in a orderly manner.
Calvin
She doesn't
Mercer.
like those things being in the way, apparently.
Oh, you know what? I used to know a lady. Her name was Elaine. And she would do that. She wouldn't wear no underdrawers to her, but then the ants started getting to her real bad, and then she had to start wearing them. She'd sit down and the ants crawl up her legs and get to tickling hers and stuff.
I'm breaking right
That's
there.
about the fucking craziest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, he got me.
So wait, let me get this fucking straight. Is she like sit on an anthill like directly or something?
Oh no, sir, no, sir. Like she would just sit down and ants would come to her. So I don't know exactly what happened to her, but she started running around with this fella Asa one time, and she just hadn't been right ever since. And
We
she
do that
smelled
for
some kind
hours.
of awful. I ain't want to talk bad about nobody, but she smelled like somebody farted on a fish.
Farted on a fish. All right, let's go ahead and call that one there. Get it out of here. Get it out of here, huh? Get it out of here. Let's turn that off just in case. I can hardly wait. Who the fuck is running to the courthouse? How you doing?
Howdy.
Alvin's golden years.
Let me get the door for you.
Oh, thank you.
How's your day been going anyway, so?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Everything's all right. What about you?
Oh, you know, lots of reading.
You reading anything good?
You know.
Should ask police reports.
Yeah. Turns out deputies need to learn some better grammar.
Well, grammar's fine as long as the point gets there.
Yeah, I suppose.
I like your haircut, Jefferson.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't have spent $1 on it, but I did. Yeah, it makes me feel young again. And then now you can see my face and all my age spots on the back of my goddamn head.
So Jefferson, do you feel that we are, oppositely aligned? You in the red, me in the blue, representing the two sides.
Yeah, I don't feel. I think we're connected more than you think there.
Oh no, I agree we're connected. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, obviously, one side has one point to argue, and the other has the other side to argue.
Wait, am I going up against you? Who am I going up against?
Me.
All right, hell yeah, here we go.
I mean, I'm gonna
Jefferson,
definitely.
we're co-counsel.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna use Miss Savannah Sanders probably a lot. So
Yeah.
she's the one gonna take you to town.
All right, well, let's do it. I'm ready now. All right, I'm gonna go in there and sit down and start psyching myself up.
Well, would you like us to just go easy on you just now?
No, I want everything you got because I think I got my case proven.
Think it's proved? You think you've proved this?
Well, I mean, honestly, this is not the trial. All I have to prove today is probable cause to believe that your clients committed these charges and these crimes.
Correct.
So,
Which they do have probable cause. Pretrial is almost useless.
Yep. Oh, and let me tell you something too. If you don't already, you need to go find these boots right here. Look at these boots. First time in my life I ever wore boots. You see the little tips on the end of it?
Yeah. I have a friend that wears Mr. Elias Bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do this to Miss Sanders, but you walk right up to the women like that. You look down at your boot and you can see everything.
Oh, like Miss Gertrude you're talking about?
Well, you can see anything on Gertrude anyway. Just I gotta ask.
I'm gonna rip every single hair out of your fucking mustache.
Yep. Good luck. It's the bar. Goodbye.
You still get jitters, Jefferson, after 7,000 years of going to trial?
No. Nope, I don't get scared of fleas. Sitting next to me in the courtroom that I have built, founded, maybe, entrenched, control. Yeah. Plus, I got new clothes on today, so yeah, y'all don't stand a damn chance.
I will give you this. You do look good in red.
I look
have
good
new
in any
clothes
color.
too. I'm honestly surprised. I've met so many. Oh, well, I've met one federal court judge for District of Middle New York when I was clerking for them, and then I've met a few circuit court judges, and all of them are exceptionally strict on the clothing. I'm surprised Carlo lets either of you wear anything that isn't black or white in here.
Well, it's because this is a kindred hall of justice for a place that's not something shoved up their ass up there in New York and all that.
So I'm sure Mr. Carlo would have a thing to say if you turned up in your ranching clothes.
I don't know. You ever seen Carlo and Bugenhagen when they're riding around this place? Do my bruises to your face.
Well.
Oh, you need a tissue or something?
I will.
Yeah, I think when you keep sneezing in your hands like that, it ain't gonna. Ugh. You're gonna get that all over the place.
It's fine. It's fine.
Where's your hat at?
I actually don't need it, just the glasses.
All right then.
But unless someone comes and turns on the lights in here, I'll only need a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it should be bright enough in here. But come on up here real quick. Look at this.
I'm not going in the judge's seat. I'm
Nice.
not a dumbass.
You need practice. Come on.
I blame you if Carlo comes in here and cites me for contempt.
The chair.
Just have a seat in the chair there. There you go. All right. That's everything I needed. Thank you.
I'm confused.
No, it's okay. It'll come forward whenever I submit a motion for you for improper conduct in the courtroom. It'll be in my filing.
I don't think you're used to attorneys as thorough as I am, are you, Jefferson?
I think I'm used to attorneys who kind of think they're a little smarter than they really need to be, you know?
Mm-hmm. And where would that lead them?
Probably down a different path in this courthouse.
Hmm. Probably. It's one of the things I had oddly enough, my criminal law professor, he was 76. And one of the things that he gave us, it was my 2L. One of the pieces of advice he gave us was not to be good evening, Mr. Keller.
Am I interrupting something?
Yeah, don't be scared now. Go ahead and say what you were saying.
Yeah, what were you saying?
My 74-year-old professor in crim law was discussing how those of us who are practicing the young attorneys 5-10 years usually have a little bit too much let me translate for the frontier people, gumption, I think is the correct word.
Yes, that's probably a good way of putting it.
Mm-hmm. I spoke to Deputy Edwards today, and it was the first law enforcement officer that was actually kind to me.
Forgive me, Mr. Holmes.
Can't ever imagine why.
Mr. Holmes. Our lovely sheriff looked at me and looked at Mr. Romano when we were. It was just unsubstantiated, and the arrested were let go in the same position. But he looks at me, looks at Mr. Romano, and doesn't look back to me and goes, "I'm not speaking to you, Miss Sanders. I'll speak to Mr. Romano. He's nicer."
Yeah, sounds about right.
Well, most people are intimidated or afraid of things they do not understand.
Mm-hmm.
And some people translate that intimidation into unnecessary foul behavior.
I'm right. Not in this court.
No. The worst that happens around here is you get called lazy.
Yeah.
Leaning back in the judge's chair, right, Jefferson?
Never want anything to do with that now.
No, you wouldn't be lazy now, would you, Jefferson?
Nope. Not me. Not me. I fired them all.
Mr. Carlo, do you still get the jitters, the butterflies when you step up there? I'm sure you've seen hundreds of cases on both ends.
No, I don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have moments of deep, deep contemplation where I am making sure I'm doing the right thing. But no, I can't say that I have any stage fright, as some might call it.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that before.
Now, I will admit, for the parties involved, I have the easiest job, which is to shut up and listen. So, no, I'm generally not concerned about the butterflies, but there are moments, and I'm sure there will be moments shortly with these cases, especially with the Van Horn gang and numerous members of the gang being implicated in potentially capital crimes, that my period of contemplation will become much more serious.
Ms. Rose.
Howdy.
Hello, Miss Rose. Please come in.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt.
No. The only time you're not permitted to interrupt these days when court is in session, I guess.
Of course.
We heard about the marshals and where's this person at? Are we going to be able to make this thing?
We saw, I think it was nearly a dozen deputies and marshals riding through town about an hour ago.
I did get a... Sorry.
No, I was going to say, as far as I'm aware, Mr. Harding has been instructed to retrieve this fellow from Sisika.
I did receive a telegram from Miss Grimm stating that they were in Valentine and they'd be making their way to Blackwater shortly.
All right.
Nothing like a late trial then. I got
nothing like it.
Yeah, I got a bedtime.
Yes.
On bedtime.
That's right.
Miss Rose, would you be able to run over to the telegram station
Sure.
and telegram Miss Grimm back and ask if they are indeed as well coordinating the retrieval of Mr. Jackson with Mr. Harding, the court marshal?
I absolutely can do that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Oh, my stars.
Had a late night?
I didn't sleep very well.
Well, that's why you got to drink a lot of liquor. It'll get you sleep pretty quick.
I've had one glass of wine since I started my undergrad, and I haven't had any since. Maybe that's why I'm uptight.
Just out of curiosity, do we have any indication on how Mr. Jackson intends to plea?
Not guilty.
All right. Mr. Bugenhagen. Mr. Bugenhagen, have you met Miss Sanders yet?
Don't believe I have, no.
Savannah Sanders, Oscar Bugenhagen, Associate Magistrate.
Good to meet you, Mr. Bugenhagen.
You as well.
Learn to spell his name now. You'll mess up every telegram.
Some of us keep notes, Jefferson.
Yep, I got them too.
I'm going to retire to my chambers for the time being. I trust that Mr. Harding will have the defendant here on time, and we will proceed with the pretrial. Miss Sanders and Mr. Williams, since this is your first pretrial, I believe, I will give you a quick brief on how things will proceed. The court will be brought to order, and Mr. Jefferson will be invited to present the charges. Mr. Jackson will then be invited to enter his plea against said charges. Once that plea is entered, or if there are any motions filed, that's fine. We can hear them. From there, we will move to entering of evidence. Individuals to be subpoenaed, whatnot. And then from there, we will discuss terms of bail if petitioned for. However, given Mr. Jackson's situation, there better be a damn good argument for why this man should be out on bail currently.
Damn right.
And what would you consider a good argument?
One that he was side with.
Exactly.
Thanks, Jefferson.
Welcome. You're not getting no answer from him. Not when I'm in the room.
Are capital crimes seen by both the both magistrates? Is that why Mr. Bugenhagen's here?
No. Generally, Mr. Bugenhagen likes to reserve himself for cases of appeal. However, I often refer to Mr. Bugenhagen that if I'm deliberating on things.
Understood.
Go to your chambers. I've been.
Is there a time for filing if for some reason our client isn't here for a motion of continuance? 30 minutes after, 45 minutes after?
Yes, if for some reason the defendant does not arrive, seeing that he is in custody of the federal penitentiary system, I'm not going to blame him for being late.
Thank you.
Unless he does something which causes the marshal service to be delayed.
More likely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Your Honor, you have a good time in your chambers there. I know you need your rest. It's going to be a long one tonight.
Hopefully not. But enjoy your conversation.
Just water. Just water. Is this thing locked?
Is what locked?
What do you mean
The
the
white
cell?
thing.
Just have a seat on the bench.
Mm-hmm. No. I'm not even pretending to go to jail. Even a misdemeanor is going to get my certification removed. Good job, Jefferson. You can't get rid of me that easy.
I think you find you can start off with a felony and still get a law certification.
Yeah.
From whom?
From this court.
From this, yeah.
What was your felony anyway?
Moonshine production.
Yeah. Any others that
I guess attempted murder.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
And misdemeanor of trespassing.
Hey, yeah, enjoy your co-counsel.
See, I managed to understand the law from the other side, the other point of view, Miss Sanders.
Was that justified murder? If I assume that would be self-defense, never mind. I don't want to know. I think that would be a conflict of interest.
I don't think any murder is really justified.
I would disagree.
Hey, I'm enjoying this.
If someone comes at you with a knife, you're cornered.
What's self-defense then?
Mm-hmm. It is
It's
still.
It's not murder then, is it?
According to dictionary, it is.
Dictionary?
Well, are we talking law? Are we talking law or dictionary definition?
Layman's layman's dictionary, not law dictionary. Law dictionary requires certain criminal charges to be substantiated. Regular dictionary just says you killed someone.
I never killed anyone. They lived.
No, you attempted to kill someone.
I'm sure they had it coming.
Yeah, they did.
There's the difference between New York law and West Arlington law. We allow people to come back from their mistakes and make themselves a beneficial member of society. Where people up in New York, they put their boot on people's neck and hold it there for the rest of their life.
That's not true at all.
Well, I'll let you have time to modify your opinion when your multiple years of service you're going to have here.
I'm very grateful to the judiciary system and Mr. Jefferson and Mr. Carlo and Bugenhagen for giving me the opportunity.
I'm glad you stopped trying to kill people.
I think you'll do fine.
Wait, how long have you been certified, Williams?
2-3 weeks.
Yep, about 3 years.
Thank you. 3 years.
I apologize. Yes.
Let me just ask you something. What did you put over there on the magistrate's chair, on the bench?
On the magistrate's chair? What do you mean?
That's where Magistrate Bugenhagen sits. What did you put, like a tack or something where you sit on it?
What, over there?
Yeah.
I didn't put anything
saw
there,
you go
Mr.
over there and
Jefferson.
put
Are
something
you
on that
causing
chair.
trouble again? You shaved. Look at you. You're so clean shaven. I haven't seen you in a while.
That's right. I sure
Last
did
time I
shave.
saw you, you had the mutton chops on the side.
Well, I did, but
You
got a
look
little
lovely.
thank you very much for that, for noticing me, ma'am. I appreciate that. I put a lot of effort into my appearance.
Well,
And
I can definitely say you look
Yeah.
absolutely just handsome. I think you look great.
I
It definitely
definitely
suits
do.
you.
No, you keep going. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Just keep going.
Well, listen, I came to ask if you needed any water, either of you. Do you need any water or snacks before the trial begins? I can go run and grab some for you.
I'd like a New York strip with a side of garlic mashed
Now,
potatoes.
Savannah, you are asking way too much. You know, that will take me quite a long.
I thought there was a bench over here, but it's a table. Oh God, I'm actually getting pretty fucking cold. Gotta turn this fan down again. Oh. Also, I know Prox DM'd me and said that our suspect got off of work just a little bit ago, so it's gonna be a little delayed.
I'll be right back, okay?
Mm-hmm. Can we help you?
Not likely.
I mean, if you're looking for a better opinion.
No, I'm pretty good with my opinions. And the best thing is I can express them very clearly to the people sitting up on that bench up there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You'll learn though. Don't try to do it all in one pre-trial hearing. I mean,
Oh, of course not. Why would I fire all bullets?
well, because you don't have that many, maybe. Your client shot them all up already.
Hmm. Allegedly.
Oh no, no, it happened.
So out of curiosity, Mr. Jefferson, changing the subject from all this lovely hostility we're having right now, I heard the rest of the Van Horn gang got picked up. Is that correct?
I heard that 3 of them got picked up last night.
Wow, that's 3 more clients, I guess, that, I'll be defending probably on
Well-
some other very, if they're looking for a lawyer, maybe.
Well, I promise you're never gonna run out of business here.
No, there you go. Maybe I can make a meal out of this. Do you know how many of those pesky Van Horn gang is left?
I know at one point there was like 12 of them, but I want to say
dwindling.
I think 1 is dead, but I really don't know.
So one here and another 3 picked up last night. Okay. Well, maybe I better make my services available to them.
What the hell is he doing here?
How much mythology do you know, Williams?
Needs attention.
No, she was just outside the courthouse about 5 minutes ago before I was walking to the telegram station.
Very good. Jefferson, I'd like to report a crime.
Me?
Yeah, your barber.
Yeah, you said this
Horrendous. No, I know. I thought it needed saying again. I didn't notice the facial hair.
You turned your back on me, son. You turned your back, pulled out a knife, shoved it in there. Just...
Well, I do believe those noises would have been the kidney stones, but yes, I understand the analogy.
Mm-hmm. What the hell are you doing nowadays?
I've been retained under the West Arlington Medical Board for psychiatric and psychoanalysis.
The doctor with the nice ass. Yeah, I understand why. You're going after that, right?
After?
Yeah, you.
She's a married woman, sir.
Yes, but when has that stopped you before?
Well, it hasn't, sir.
Well, good. Then it won't stop you this time.
Of course it. Well.
Oh, Lord. All that training. All that time. I don't have much time left, and you just sit there and took all that information. You sponged it up from my brain. And then you just walked away.
Have you seen her ass?
Yeah, I have.
It's a good ass.
It's all right. I've had better, but if
it's better. It's better looking than yours, Jefferson.
The hell you talking about, son? I can crack a goddamn walnut with his ass. Tight down there. Look at it. Not even smoking anymore. You quit smoking too?
Sorry. One moment.
No. Spit it out. There we go. All right, good.
Not even coughing anymore. In fact, Dr. McAllister's taken up smoking.
Ultimate clause, what?
Dr. McAllister has taken up smoking.
Oh, my Lord. You already have then. Right down the middle, huh? Slid right on in.
I'm a gentleman, sir.
Oh, okay then. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Can't believe you, son. There were people here counting on you. What about all these people out here getting shot and robbed and murdered and drugged through the streets? That was going to be you helping those people. Now
Helping them by dragging them, sir?
Yeah, you were going to help drag them through the streets, yeah.
I think my main concern is less the populace's safety, but the fact that my resignation has incurred you to demonstrate such horrendous facial hair and a haircut. Horrendous. What were you thinking? And I hope you didn't tip.
Well, I got tired of people fucking calling me Magistrate Carlo. So
I thought you were more like a discount Bugenhagen.
how fucking dare you? How dare you? Not coughing anymore, huh?
No, I've
I've
been keeping the
balls rot off and fall.
Well, I've been keeping the idle hands busy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So how have you been, Jefferson?
I've
How's
been
the
all right.
caseload?
Doing everything by myself. Yep.
No one else is taken?
Yeah, losing my mind. Gertrude has to come to the office now to take care of me. Yep.
Well, that's delivery service. That's surely a good thing.
Well,
And that desk is
necessarily
rather
stop.
spacious.
I got a case file in each hand. You know, I can't
Well, of
really
course.
stop.
Just one hand on Gertrude, the other on a case file, or is
No, sir.
Gertrude passing
No, sir.
you the case files?
No, sir. A hand on each case file, and then she's got to do the rest.
Ah,
I'm
jolly
handless.
good.
I'm handless.
You're welcome.
Ma'am,
Yes, Mr. Jefferson.
have you met this traitor to my office?
Good Lord.
This who?
This traitor to my office. This is Mr. Richard Charlton.
No, I don't believe so.
Excuse Jefferson's alcohol-sodden brain. It's Ronald Charlton.
Oh, I guess I did get it wrong.
How quickly we forget, Jefferson.
Well, we remember everything.
Anything of importance? Clearly, I'm not. Nice to meet you. What is your name?
Nice to meet you as well. My name's Cordelia Rose, one of the judicial clerks here of the territory.
Now, be very careful, ma'am. Any physical contact with this man.
Good Lord. Ms. Rose.
Yes.
Can I ask your professional opinion?
Oh, goodness, you could try.
Very good. Jefferson's haircut.
I think it's
Would it
quite...
constitute a crime?
See, I don't know. I think he looked, from the last time I met him, he was looking a little bit rugged. So I think he actually cleaned up pretty nicely.
Eat shit, Charlton.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Eating shit, Jefferson.
Mr. Charles, I was complimenting him earlier, so I can't really go back on what I said.
Yeah.
Well, were you complimenting his boots?
No, I didn't even look at his boots. I was
Jolly
actually...
good. Aren't they horrendous?
They're fucking amazing.
I mean, they do match, though. I mean, unlike most, not towards you, but most gentlemen don't really match their boots very well.
Well, you see, Mr. Jefferson and I went to the same tailor for a considerable amount of time, dressing very similar. Are those glasses different as well, Jefferson?
No, they're not. Also, ma'am, if you were to approach a man that you found attractive, would you go to a man wearing just plain, no heart gray? Or would you go to a man who wears bright, loud colors? Because maybe he's got some personality.
Now that's quite, a difficult question because, it could be that the gentleman that's wearing the dark gray colors could have a very
I can't do it.
lively personality, but they're just afraid to show it. While the gentleman that wears the bright clothes could be very reserved and could be maybe trying to hide how he truly is.
Right.
So it's kind of
Objection.
you never really know.
Hearsay.
Did you say it?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Oh my goodness.
Listen,
I feel like I'm in between something here.
Just keep telling me how amazing I am and keep telling him how horrible he is. That's all.
Oh
you
my
gotta
goodness,
do.
I would never. I just met him.
No,
Exactly.
you should.
You know
should.
enough.
Yes.
I mean, look at his mustache. I think
Exactly.
his mustache
Yes.
is quite lovely.
It is.
Obviously, I wouldn't have one myself, but I think it fits his face.
Thank you.
If
You hear
it's
that, Jefferson? You could learn a lot.
If it's the face of a 300-pound man with a narrow head.
Do you know what I found out with my
not doing it,
shirt that I was not familiar with? As I bought it off the rack, I put my waistcoat on with great haste. Do you want to see what? Well, I'll show you. Hang on.
Here we go. It's like a kid playing dress up.
Is he playing dress up? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
It would appear that I've got a bright
Look,
red
he's
cummerbund.
matching you.
Oh,
Oh
dear
my
Lord.
goodness.
You just broke my heart.
That is quite something, I would say.
The thing is that's in Jefferson's favor is there is a theme of red, whereas the red is very out of touch with the grey for me. What do you think of a bowler hat?
You know, I think it depends on the haircut, and I think it also depends on the look. I've seen multiple gentlemen who pull off the bowler hat quite nicely, but I've also seen a few others that it does not suit them very well.
Definitely. I agree with that. The last part.
Can you imagine me in a bowler hat? And do you think it would be suitable for me?
In a bowler hat?
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm trying to picture it. I'm trying.
Don't hurt yourself. Come on, it's fine. It looked like shit.
Hey now, I wouldn't say that, but I would say I think with the full set of hair that you have, I think without a hat probably would do you justice. Do you just fine? I mean, you could even have one of the flap caps. Would probably look a little bit better with your attire, but I don't know. The bowler hat I think would hide your full hair that you have, and then you would have this awful line around your head when you took it off.
Awful.
Yeah. I'm talking of lines around the head, Jefferson. I don't think you can really talk. But when I first got off, when I first arrived in the territory, Jefferson was merciless as to what I was wearing. Merciless. It affected my self-esteem in ways that you cannot possibly imagine.
And that's because he told me all these stories about him being in Guarma at the donkey shows. So.
That is not true. That was a later conversation, Jefferson. That was not our first conversation.
Yeah, that was incredibly troubling to hear that and him be hired on my team without knowing that information.
A lot of people spend their whole lives running away from who they truly are, Jefferson.
Well,
I am an open book.
Well, he's a nice guy, but he is a little fucking crazy sometimes.
But regardless, I had a bowler hat on and the man said I looked like a Pinkerton and I had to find out what a Pinkerton actually was.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's quite annoying, if I'm honest, that people tend to associate people with one article of clothing and they immediately just take off with it. You could wear black and red and immediately you're part of some gang when you have no idea about them. You could wear a hat and be associated immediately or accused of being a part of something. It's crazy how people just immediately take that, take away with that.
Black and red like Jefferson here?
Well, I mean, now hold on. They don't actually wear white.
What's your accusation you're making, ma'am? Am I corrupt or something? Is that what you're doing?
No, Mr. Jefferson, I did not say that.
Mm.
As I said, and I corrected myself, they wear black and red. They don't wear white. You have white, and you barely have any black in there. You primarily are wearing red.
That's right.
Are the drawers black?
Oh, please don't show that. Keep your drawers to yourself.
No,
I was just inquiring. I don't require proof, Jefferson.
No, today is Saturday. You know what happens on Saturday.
Ah, yes.
Laundry day.
Yes, as the day you were born.
All right, son. You're going to have to come back with that one. We're going to need some explanation for that one.
You're not wearing any underwear, Jefferson.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Naked as the day you were born.
Your birthday suit is what they call it.
Yeah.
Well, partially, because you're clothes, but...
That's what I saw Charlton walking out of the saloon one day. I think he'd lost all his money playing cards and dancing with the dance hall girls upstairs. And
I was robbed, Jefferson.
Well, he had his hat on, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, so he at least had his hat on.
Gertrude stole all my money.
She's a sweetheart.
I heard about Gertrude. We're here in Blackwater?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tremendous forearm
something
strength.
about her.
Such a sweet
I've heard
lady.
she's quite intimidating, though, at times.
Pillar of the community.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say killer of the community?
Well, maybe one day, but pillar right now.
Oh, pillar. I'm sorry.
If you ever need a jam jar opening, visit Gertrude. Tremendous strength.
Gotcha. Very nice to know. Very nice to know. Interesting.
Furniture moving.
I'll be right back. Gotta take care of a problem. You stop, ma'am, just don't listen to anything he says. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I gotta take care of somebody crashed in the courthouse. When you crash in the courthouse, you do not end up here, so I'm gonna TP them back here. Howdy. Oh, we're dancing.
All right. Oh, so it's all right.
I can hardly wait. Hey, does he back already? Why did he delete the message? It had his damn ID number on it. God damn, son. Jesus Christ.
Oh. Thank
All right.
you, sir.
You're very welcome. You need to quit all that drinking.
Well, I think that Marge gave me something. You know, something a little bit too infectious.
Most assuredly.
I know. I don't know. You recommend a doctor in the state that I could go and see?
Yeah, Dr. Van Cole or something like that.
Discreet?
Yeah, Van Cole.
Yeah, I'm looking for discreet.
While you trip and fall and go through the ceiling, I'm just
that I haven't
that
heard
may be
anything
the
from them.
morphine.
And the other time I found Jefferson in a whole naked. Oh, hey, Jefferson.
Naked?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What we doing in there?
Ain't no telling. Happens from time to time.
Avoiding a bar
Oh,
tab.
do you just randomly wake up naked in a hole?
Can you hear me,
That,
Williams?
that was too easy. So
Yes.
I'm gonna let that one go.
I can't be around you lot. I tend to oh my goodness. Bring out the worst.
You hear that,
I'm gonna-
Charlton? You're a deviant for a citizen.
Like I said, Jefferson, a lot of people spend their whole lives running away from who they truly are.
Yep, that's right. Don't.
You know
don't,
what? That is the truth. But I do have to go check my telegrams.
All right.
Very good.
Don't run away now.
I won't. I'll be back.
How you doing, Frederick?
Ronald, Charlton, but
Mr.
thank
Williams,
you.
this is the coward. The turn. This is my former prosecutor.
Yeah, I did meet him. I can't remember his name that well.
Probably when he was losing a case, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. I heard he was lazy.
They've asked that everyone wait until marshals get here so people can be searched. So I'll do that.
Ah,
I'll go
jolly
tell
good.
people. I'll tell people.
I'll go outside as well because I'm effectively being disparaged and defamed left, right, and center.
Well, I was trying real hard.
I miss you, Jefferson.
Hey, kid. Just remember that. Oh my God. Oh, that's great. Oh my God. Look, I matched the curtain. That's where I got my pants from here. I'm supposed to say, hey, listen here. Hey, kid. Oh, that is fucking amazing. Oh man, I need to clip that real quick. That was fucking good. I'll clip that later. Oh, my timing is never that good with those fucking things. It was supposed to start at 11, but the IRL person that plays the character got held up at work a little late. So they're trying to do the transport now. I just got a telegram, which I really don't want to leave here and get in the bubble, but I'm gonna have to do. It might be something about the transports kicking off. What the fuck, man?
Personal island. That is if Guam
Oh,
hasn't opened its borders yet. If Guam opens its borders, it's fucking.
If Guam opens its borders, fuck these people. We're gonna take over. We're gonna take over this place. Let's go see what this telegram's all about. This fucking guy is, his drip is so fucking strong. What of the hell? Howdy. That's a beautiful outfit you got there, ma'am. Wow. Oh, is that our pirate friend? This is not a home, I think I'm better. Oh, well, they're doing a horse transaction right in the middle of town. They will be the first to complain when their horse is gone. I think that can't be Caleb. Caleb's, I don't know. Oh man, that was 3 minutes ago. Still waiting on the transport. I mean, this is unfortunate, but this is why I struggle with this so much. Is because you have to just line up everybody's time, and that's why it's so hard. Robert Waters. Sure. It's not really a trial. It's just it's a preliminary hearing. So and the only reason why we have to have it here is because it's a murder trial. There's a lot of other things. So we really got to get it knocked out and put him in the docket for trial. I think there's some he's pleading not guilty to. There's not going to be a plea offer coming from me. So it's most likely going to be a full-blown trial. But we should have done this. We should have done this another time. But this is what they advised that worked for them. I just think they got held over at their job, out of their control. No, prelim is right now. Well, supposed to be right now. He's waiting to get home from work. How you doing, Monkey Man? What is this nonsense? This is a fucking trial going on. They're supposed to be going on pretty soon. A pretrial hearing. The role player that plays this defendant, he's in for murder. Oh yeah, you.
There's a really nice spot up by.
Perfect timing. All right, this is the left side here.
Appreciate that.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Turner is wasted. Thanks for that follow.
What are you doing, Mr. Jefferson?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Up to no good?
No, not that. Just relax. I'm having a cigarette. That's all.
Oh, I'm fine. I was just checking on you, making sure you were all right.
Seeing what you're doing over here in the magistrate's chair again.
I was told by Mr. Carlo, the other magistrate, to get cozy next to Bugenhagen.
Yeah, sure they did tell you that.
No, I'm just here to take notes and stuff. Follow Miss Bella Winslow's actions.
Well, so you're trying to be up there?
Oh,
Trying to be the reporter,
no.
court
I
reporter?
don't think I have the good enough mind for it.
Mm-hmm.
She does an absolutely fine job.
Yeah, she's all right.
Oh my goodness. This is quite interesting. The fact that nobody's here.
No, they're the ones that are here for the spectator. The spectators are outside waiting for the marshals to get here so they can search them before they come in. But I just got a telegram from Marshal Waters that the warden hadn't contacted them yet to tell them that they're ready to go.
Yeah, I sent a telegram to Miss Grimm, but I hadn't heard anything from her, so.
Yeah, would not surprise me with these attorneys we got here if this person just don't show up.
That's charming, Mr. Jefferson.
Well, you take your jabs when you get them.
I mean, I'm
Hey, should I
nothing but
follow you?
civil to
Or should
you. I mean,
Be nice to that man. He's gonna retire. And he's frail.
Yeah, I'm an old man. Nothing to worry about.
If you look as good as him when you're 76,
I'm 62.
I would like to see the proof on that.
I'm sure you would.
Minimum 78.
What do you think about that, Miss Rose?
Oh my goodness.
She's not gonna tell you the truth.
What?
Miss Rose is the most honest person in this courtroom right now.
Honestly, I took you for at least 65.
There you go. See there?
Cordelia,
you
you
were
tell
way
him
off.
how nice and honest I am.
Savannah Sanders is so very honest with everything she does. No, she's Miss Sanders is absolutely wonderful. For as long as I've known her, she's always very true to her work and she's very passionate.
Okay, well, stop whispering all that bad stuff about her.
If Cordelia has a bad bone in her body, that is complete speculation.
Please send me to the gallows if that ever happens.
No gallows here now. It's
Full
straight up,
voodoo.
It's a firing squad right to the chest.
Well, there you go. Perfect. Even worse.
They put 3 bullets right in your heart.
Oh, goodness.
You ever seen one of them?
Actually, I have. It was a gang called the Lemoyne Raiders back in a territory I was part of.
She's a court
It was,
reporter. She's a court clerk. But
I mean, I will admit my eyes
training.
were generally closed. Not something you want to, go to sleep to.
oh yeah, that's why you gotta have whiskey.
I didn't know that, Cordelia. How long ago was that?
Oh goodness, probably a couple years ago.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago. They were just a bad group of raiders called.
Don't
the
trip
Lemoyne
and fall.
So she's the one I'm going to be hiring to take over my job so we can get an admin out of the role. Magistrate.
Yes.
I got a telegram from Marshal Waters, who advised that they were still waiting for the warden to contact them.
How long ago was that?
About 10 ago.
So is it looking like this ain't gonna happen?
I don't know about that, but it ain't looking like it's gonna happen quickly. You want to talk to talk to Carlo?
Yeah, I'll let him know.
All right. Magistrate.
Yes, Mr. Jefferson.
I got a telegram from Marshal Waters that the warden has not yet to contact them about being ready to schedule the transport.
Okay.
Yeah.
You on a time limit, Mr. Jefferson?
Technically, I'm not. I'm gonna die one day, but it ain't gonna be today. So, I'm just getting more and more seasoned with my age. That's about all.
Well, we are about 8 minutes past now. I'd like to think if we don't hear anything back before the top of the hour, we'll reschedule.
Did I get the wrong thing, or is the handwriting on that notice just horribly bad? Because I saw 11. Or was it was actually 11:30?
I hope
I believe so.
Okay.
I was under the impression it was 11:30, but I may have been mistaken.
Well, my eyesight's god awful, and that person who's writing that flyer out for you. We need to look at somebody with a little bit more legible handwriting.
2330.
Yeah. But a 3 and a 0 look very similar.
Oh, well, perhaps.
It's all right, though. We'll get it figured out, maybe. All right. Well, got my hair cut. Shaved that thing off my face because I got tired of people calling me Carlo. I figured you'd appreciate that as well.
Well, I would appreciate if people were a little bit more observant. Maybe they call you Bugenhagen.
Yeah. No, I definitely like I like what he's got going there with that facial hair.
Well, yeah, I get compliments, so.
It is a timeless look.
Yeah. All right, let me go back in there and continue intimidating these young attorneys.
Okay.
Oh no.
And we're talking about the transport. I think he wants to talk to the two of y'all.
Miss.
All right.
Do you know where Doctor? Okay.
Do you need a doctor?
Dr. McAllister, yeah.
Yeah, she should be outside.
She was outside, yes.
Come on, let's go see Dr. McAllister.
So, Mr. Jefferson, do you think there was a bit of miscommunication on time?
Well, apparently I saw it as 11, but it was actually 11:30. But just wait till wait till they come back in and go there. They're just gonna go down there and bother the magistrate. The magistrate don't want to see him. You got to keep these young ones off balance.
Gotta always make sure that they're always surprised.
Yeah, because they're all hyped up to be in here for their first trial or whatever, first hearing, and then they're all nervous. So you just keep them off balance, and everything will be good.
Makes sense.
All right, you gonna be an attorney one day? What are you doing? What are you
Oh
doing?
my goodness, no. I do not have the skill for that, for lack of better words. No, I've always worked as a secretary for a while. I just have had skills in that, and I just figured I'd offer my help as best I can with West Arlington.
Welcome.
So that's
Thank
pretty
you
much
for being
it.
here.
I'm not quite sure just what I want to do yet. I was
Thank you for your follow.
I was a
earlier
realtor
today.
also in a past territory, and Mr. Woody Woods actually offered me a position as a realtor. So I'm kind of in a bit of a pickle, for
I
lack
know
of
what
better
you are.
words.
You're one of them people that let's see, you're a farmer, realtor, lawyer, banker. You try to do everything, huh?
I would like to say that my brother says that I'm aware of many hats, and it gets me in trouble more often than not. But I'm a people pleaser, as my brother would call it, and can't say no to people. I'm too busy helping.
Well, here's what you're gonna have to do. If you're gonna get into all these little businesses and all that, you're gonna have to learn to say no. You're gonna have to learn to say get away from me. Go away.
I know. It's definitely something I'm working on. It's very difficult. Very, very difficult. But I'm trying. So now it's just trying to figure out, what path I need to go on. Because I've always enjoyed both paths when it came to, selling homes and clerical stuff.
When I was younger, I dabbled, and I ended up settling on going one way, and that was enjoyable. And sometimes I think back, maybe I should have gone the other way with it, but make a decision, you just have to stick with it, I guess.
Pretty much. Thankfully, I'm not in too much of a rush. I mean, I obviously want to not keep Mr. Woods waiting for too long, but yeah, it's just a matter of figuring out just where I feel I will excel. And also try not to always be a people pleaser and try not to always be what do they call it? A yes man? Yes man?
Yeah, something like that. We've got a lot of them around here.
I've noticed, which is actually, I hate to say, but actually quite refreshing. In past territories I've been in, they've always been kind of rough around the edges and you couldn't trust a single person.
Well, damn it. I try to pride myself on being rough around the edges. And you've totally just taken that away from me.
I'm so sorry.
Don't try to please me.
Mr. Jefferson, did you say the defendant was here?
No, sir. I said that the magistrates wanted to see the both of you about the transport.
Magistrate? Oh, okay.
Goodness gracious.
Watch this.
But it was the defendant. Okay, I'll be 2 minutes.
Where the hell is he going? The magistrates are in their damn office.
Maybe he's going to get Miss Sanders.
I hope so, because this joke is taking too long. I'll be dead.
I mean, technically, it actually worked a little bit because they thought that the defendant was here.
Yeah, well, I'll be damn dead before this thing actually gets to the punchline.
I know. Oh my goodness.
All right, come on now.
So how long? I can't remember what you said the last time we met, and I don't remember if I actually asked you. But how long have you been in prosecution for?
I started off early. I was I was prosecutor when I first got out of law school for about a year. Then I became a defense attorney, and this is all in Savannah, Georgia. And then I was a magistrate up until about 20 years, and then I retired. Came out here to enjoy myself, and then I got bamboozled into taking this job by the governor. And yeah, I'm regretting every day of it. Yeah.
So when's the retirement happening then?
Not soon enough, unfortunately.
Do you have plans for retirement, ranching, or anything like that? Oh, there he goes.
All right, good. No, not quite yet. I want to sit somewhere right by a pond, put my feet up, and fish. That's what I want to do.
I think that sounds quite quaint.
Yeah, I won't be able
Why
to.
not? Why not?
I got to be moving around doing something all the time.
Oh, that I completely understand. I mean, you could travel and do that.
Yeah.
Get like a boat, maybe perhaps there's those steamboats where you can live right out of them.
No, I like to fish in water. I don't like to be in water.
Oh, that makes sense. I agree with that. Actually quite terrified of water. Open waters kind of scares me a little bit. You never know what's under there.
There's a rough patch right out there just past the dock over there. About midway in.
Right here in Blackwater?
Yeah, here it comes. Good. Look at him. You get it all taken care of?
Jefferson, what nonsense you talking? I'm gonna get you back. You know that?
Yeah, that's all right. It's all fun. For me. He just needs to go get her to do it now.
Perhaps. Do you think you'll tell her that you were just joking with him?
I got no clue.
I think he's gonna be pretty good. He's got an eye on both. He's got an understanding of both sides of the law. You know, because he was a criminal, not because he was a defense attorney or anything, but or a prosecutor. So I think he's somebody who we need here.
Honestly, I will say this too. It's quite refreshing to see the amount of people who want to be, you know, in the judiciary department and lawyers and prosecutors and all that, because sometimes they're very hard to come by. People either are uneducated or they just don't want to do the work.
Well, it pays good money, so.
And money does talk.
That's right. $15. That's what it is. Every time. $15. It just stacks up, adds up.
Mm-hmm.
How much money do I have? I might have put some in the bank.
And then is that for the lawyers as well?
I don't even play them much.
Or do they usually get paid by like trial?
The defense attorneys get paid by trial, depending on if it's in, you know, indigent defense or if it's set up through to their own clients.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
You asshole.
What?
Savannah.
You got me.
Oh yeah. What is that? How are the magistrates doing? Well, they came back in here while y'all was outside, so they were looking to see you again. They said that they're dismissing this case because you can't get your client here.
I mean, if that's all it takes, then okay, let's dismiss.
Yeah, perfect.
It's not for, you know, it's not with prejudice.
That's fine. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You can retry him.
Well, I haven't tried him yet.
I know. That's why I said you can retry him.
It'll be still a first trial, though.
You know what I mean, Jefferson.
I don't know. I've been doing this a little while, and it's not making too much sense to me.
I sat there, had a discussion.
Oh Lord, did I ever tell you what this fine attorney here said to me when I was walking out of my office one day?
That's not necessary. That's
oh
not.
My goodness, Savannah, what did you do?
That's not necessary.
I'll always have that. I'll just save it when I need it. There she goes. Look at her. There she goes.
I'm curious now. What is she saying?
Yeah, it's not important. It's not important.
He did say he'll save it for every
Yeah.
time, so it'll keep it fresh every time he needs it.
Exactly. I'll save it when I need it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh God. Oh. So this is long, man. Good Lord. I didn't think the case prep that I did was 2 hours. And now this thing's going a while. I should still be watching clips and shit.
I will be right back, Mr. Jefferson. I'm gonna go check my telegrams again. I'm not
That's
leaving
right.
you.
Just
I'll be
leave
right
me
back.
like everybody else. Go
Oh
ahead.
my gosh, you stop that. Here, I'll stay with you. I'll stay right
No,
here
sorry.
until others come back.
Me in this courtroom by myself is everything going on in my office right now. Please go ahead and check your
it kind of
telegram.
has an echo, so it kind of will talk back.
Yeah. Go check your telegram.
I'll be right back. I won't keep you long.
He was supposed to get off at 9, I thought. Let me see if they're updating the ticket. Yeah, here we go. So the ticket says that was an hour ago. I mean, I can't use it in character, but oh shit, Prox done changed his fucking name again. I thought I DM'd the wrong, or I thought I added the wrong goddamn person. Better off alone. Oh my God. Oh, the gifts are strong. Let's see here. Anything else in the Discord I got to jump on real quick like? Hitters, I'm trying to be there, man. I'm trying to get there to you. This case should only last about damn 20 minutes. I had the time wrong fucking anyway. I'm trying to get on my dude, man. I need a stream tonight with Sean Shane. We need some Sean Shane stuff going on tonight. Other than all that other stuff that people would say that we would do, but still, yeah. I know, man. I know, dude. We're getting ready to cap fucking 4 hours. I knew I would have a fucking 4 hours for the stream, and the first 2 hours are painful. It's just it's the biggest case that I have right now, so I just got to get ready for it. All the other ones are not nothings, but they're a lot easier to prosecute. We need to get Sylvie Cross back in here and reject that parole is what we need to do, or that yeah, reject parole and make her ride the lightning is what we got to do. You know, you've been given too many breaks as is.
You better crack those old bones, Mr. Jefferson. It's showtime.
Oh, it is it? What the? Oh, he. Son, did you just break that vase out there, that statue? I heard that some bitch would blow up. Oh my God.
Think I broke that?
Why would you do something like that?
I didn't break it. I found it like that.
You didn't break this? That's a damn shame.
Have them let me know when everyone is seated in the courtroom, and I will make my way.
Of course.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Hey, Mr. or Deputy Longway.
How can I help you?
How's our special project going?
Right over here, Jack.
Howdy, howdy.
Go ahead, please.
Oh,
He's gonna hang it up right here.
Oh, look at this guy. All right, good.
Mr. Williams, your client here in one piece.
Special project is going well.
Outstanding.
There's an auction that's gonna happen for single men, so I'm gonna throw them on that.
I'm gonna bid up and then I'm gonna run them off to somebody. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be the highest bidder.
Okay.
I'm gonna run them up with some woman on the road.
I convinced him to do a bet, so I bet him $100 so that he wouldn't get more than $10 bet on him.
Very good.
All right, well, time for this.
Oh, Annabelle.
Yes.
All right, folks, here we go. Again, this is just a pretrial hearing. This is just to establish probable cause. He is currently charged with. Oh, let me get the paperwork.
Mr. Jackson.
He is currently charged with murder, aggravated battery 2 counts, mayhem 1 count, kidnapping 1 count, torture 1 count.
Like your haircut.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's a really small son of a bitch over there.
Who, the suspect or
Yeah,
who you
suspect.
talking?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't let his size fool you. He's crazy.
Yeah. Well, who's how old is he?
Not quite sure. I'd say I'd probably say 30s, late 20s.
I got you. Keep an eye on the little ones. They tend to be pretty quick.
Oh yeah, you don't have to tell me that.
All right. Let me ask you something here, son. That little bastard right there in front of us, how old do you think he is?
Fucking probably like 18.
Jesus Lord. I was thinking 12.
Well, you know, it's probably more accurate, but if he's underneath the age of 18, I don't know
Are you the
what
ones
charges can
escorting
be
Mr.
pressed
Jackson?
or not pressed.
I did that.
Could you please escort him over to Mr. Carlo's office? We're going to be having a couple minutes with him in private.
That's fine.
Thank you. Williams, can you bring Jackson
Yeah, we
to
got all the
Carlo's
time
office?
in the world. Here we go.
Clifford, keep an eye.
Yeah, it's a good thing I took my medicine this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And another bottle after that
Do you
one.
want me to go get the others outside?
Yeah, I want all the marshals in here.
Yeah.
How solid of a case do you think you have, Baird?
I mean,
how you doing, sir?
If they
doing good, thank you.
They take Winnie Jo's testimonial evidence that's pretty much locked up solid, but if I got to put her on the stand, then that's the only thing I don't know, because she's the one obviously that the visual identification for the big section of this.
Mhm.
Then also for all the other ones, you know, he admitted in front of the marshals, and I have two other witnesses that saw him at the scene and commit the action with Carl. You know.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
that's
it sounds like you got it in the bag, really.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the murder is locked up.
Howdy, folks. Come on in.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, sir. As you deserve one.
Look at that guy. Oh, that's Harry. That's Harry. That's Cyborg.
Ambrose?
I'm just standing here just to make you feel uncomfortable.
No, I'm not uncomfortable at all. If anything, it's the pellets that are still on my shoulder that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. When are you gonna come work for the law?
Howdy, folks. Head on in.
What do you mean? Like prosecutors?
When are you gonna come be a prosecutor?
I don't know.
Instead of taking answers to Siska, you can be putting answers in Siska.
Well, I mean, if they plead guilty, I mean, then I'm putting their asses in this guy.
All right, son.
How's it going,
I'll
folks?
have a better pitch
Hi.
for you next time I see you.
Head on in.
Okay, all right.
All right, good.
I'm
Still got someone out front.
I was literally invisible to most of the lawmen there. People kept cutting in front of me.
Jesus, hi. You appeared out of nowhere.
Okay. Let's just don't say that shit.
Just some dust. Hopping around. Yeah, some
There
dust.
we go. He saved it. Some dust. All right, good. Good.
Inside here somewhere.
Is Mr. Harry Turner in the courtroom? Harry Turner in the courtroom.
Yes.
Yeah, come with me, please.
Do you want the other reporter?
Yeah, you can come too. Somebody.
I can't move, sir. So
Edith.
Yes, sir.
Go with me.
Of course.
Sorry about that. All right.
How can I help you, sir?
Well, just you can be as quiet as you can. I gotta have to tell you something here.
Of course.
I'm gonna have to be naming you in court.
All right.
All right. So if you're around anybody you don't want to be sitting around, you might want to relocate your seating. Okay, as you are provided a witness statement in regards to this matter.
Do you need me to testify?
Today, no. I will eventually, yes, but I will have to identify you as a witness in this case. And if there's anybody who has hard feelings about somebody, I would prefer you not be sitting right next to them and to endanger your safety.
I'll make sure to take a seat towards the back and whatnot.
There you go.
Just
You can sit on the side too if you like over there.
I'll do that. That sounds good.
All right. And what was your name, ma'am?
Edith Birdwhistle.
Okay.
She's a reporter with me.
All right.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you, Baird Jefferson.
Pleasure.
All right. So, yeah, just watch around you for the future. After you're named in this case, I mean, you've done your job. Obviously, you came forward and you wrote a statement on what you observed, and that's very much appreciated. But I just want to make sure that you have the ability to protect yourself. You carry a firearm?
I do.
Very good. Thank you very much, then.
Can I ask, is this about the statement that I gave them yesterday about the church?
No.
Okay. Which statement is this?
This one is pertaining to. Hang on, I'll get it right.
Oh, I did have a talk with him before.
I don't think there's enough room.
Yeah, I believe it was your interview.
Is there enough room?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I assume this is the time I had
Will you
a talk.
allow me to sit
I
here?
went down to Van Horn and he brought me to a barn and made a lot of threats about fingers and whatnot.
Yeah, and you saw the fingers and you saw the meat cleavers. Yeah, or you saw a meat cleaver. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly
cleaver.
that. Yep.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to make sure you were aware of it and you can, take precautions.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. I'll do just that.
What kind of precautions are we talking about?
It's a very dangerous people, Edith.
Exactly.
But I need to make sure that I do whatever I can to make sure they stay behind bars. So my statement is important than that.
Well, as long as, the law does everything they can to protect you for doing such a service.
They will. I've already
Right.
talked with people like West Elizabeth and others.
Okay.
Just when you go and sit down, make sure to very quietly tell that to Chrissy, all right?
Okay. Will do.
And I'll go over
But you're going to be
some
sitting
subjects.
away?
Yeah, and try to explain the reason and all that.
Okay. All right.
Thank
I'll
you
go
very
ahead.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna wait here for.
All rise for Walter Carlo, please.
I appreciate that.
Hey, thank you for the follow,
Have your
Atlanta.
seats.
He's out front. Take your seats, folks.
All right. Through the power vested in me, Walter Carlo, through the territorial government of West Arlington, I do proclaim this court to now be in session and to be brought to order. On today's docket, we are having a pretrial hearing regarding the case of United States versus Jackson. With that being said, no hat shall be permitted, and any outbursts or any other disruptive behavior will be held as acts of contempt. Mr. Jefferson, would you please read aloud for the courts the charges that Mr. Jackson is being pressed with?
Yes, Your Honor. You want descriptions for each, or you just want the charges initially read?
Loud enough for everyone to hear, please, Mr. Jefferson.
Sorry about that. Would you like the charges read and described, or would you like the charges just listed?
You can read and describe them for the court, thank you.
All right, very well, Your Honor. For the first case, this is Van Horn versus Lemoyne that occurred on June the 16th, 1898. This case pertains to two counts of aggravated battery where law enforcement officers were shot down. Also contains mayhem in regards to the removal of body parts from an individual. Kidnapping from removing that same individual, and then also torturing said individual once they arrived where they were going. The last charge that I have, Your Honor, is murder against Carl Evans.
that occurred that case occurred on, I believe, July the 22nd, 1898.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson.
Man, I get my shit fucking all mixed up.
The defendant will be now asked to rise. Mr. Jackson, on the first count of aggravated battery, how do you plea?
Loud enough.
And please be loud enough for the entire courtroom to hear you.
Not guilty.
On the second count of aggravated battery, how do you plea?
Not guilty.
On the count of mayhem, how do you plea?
Not guilty.
On the count of kidnapping, how do you plea?
Not guilty.
On the count of torture, how do you plea?
Not guilty.
And for the murder of Carl Evans, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Good. The court has recorded that the defendant has pled not guilty on all charges. Mr. Jackson, you may return to your seat. The prosecution at this time will be invited to notify the court of its first piece of evidence and or witnesses it wishes to enter.
Yes, Your Honor. I am going to have to come back to you. I'll make a separate motion for the victims in the Van Horn v. Lemoyne shooting. But initially, I will ask for a subpoena for Zal Longway, Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue, Charles Bruiser Buck, Deputy Sean McConnell, and former Deputy Winnie Joe Pickett. For the murder of Carl Evans, I'll be requesting a subpoena for Marshal Theo Ford, Crimson Delgado, Leroy Freeman, Sheriff Leroy Freeman, Marshal Ren Hamblin, Annabelle Grimm, Marshal Logan Black, Marshal Caleb Madsen, Marshal Robert Waters, and Mia Moore. In regards to a separate incident titled Marshall v. Van Horn, I will be asking for subpoena for Harry Turner and also Chrissy Cross.
Just to clarify, the Harry Turner and Chrissy Cross case, was that mentioned in the original charges that were just read out to Mr. Jackson?
Yes, it was, Your Honor. It substantiates the original charges.
So that is relating to the Van Horn versus Lemoyne case that you had referenced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Harry Turner, and the other one was who?
Deputy Chrissy Cross. I also would request that the entire record of police reports be entered, including medical documents. And I believe that's what I have for right now, but I will be getting additional names once I can identify them with the sheriff's departments and also the marshal's office who were involved in the shootings in the Van Horn v. Lemoyne on June the 16th, 1898.
So just to clarify then, in regards to the charges of 2 counts of aggravated battery, 1 count mayhem, 1 count kidnapping, 1 count torture, the all relevant law enforcement documentation, including medical records, are being petitioned for the court to enter as evidence, as well as subpoenas being issued to a Deputy Longway, Sheriff Bellevue, Mr. Charles Bruiser Buck, Deputy Sean McConnell, Winnie Joe Pickett, as well as a Harry Turner and Chrissy Cross. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that works, yes.
All right. And in regards to the charges of murder and the Carl Evans case, subpoenas are being petitioned for Theo Ford, Crimson Delgado, Leroy Freeman, Ren Hamlin, Annabelle Grimm, Logan Black, Kayla Madsen, what's his name I have here? Ren Hamlin, and Mia Moore.
Robert Waters was the name.
Oh, Robert Waters, yes. Are there any objections to any of these pieces of evidence or witnesses being called?
Defense has no objections.
No objections. Very good. Does the defense wish to now at this time enter any evidence and or subpoena for any witnesses?
Yeah, on you go. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, please stand and address the court with your petitions.
Would you like to stand?
And please be loud enough for everyone to hear you, Mr. Williams.
You're doing good. This is his first trial. Yeah, for real.
Can petition the court for Dr. Eddie McAllister
For the charge of murder.
for the charge of murder.
Is that everything?
And Dr. Lana Castle for the charge of murder.
And charge of murder.
And Mr. Patrick Bodie for the charge of murder.
All right. Dr. Eddie McAllister, Dr. Lana Castle, and Mr. Patrick Bodie all being called as
good,
witnesses in regards to the murder of Carl Evans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I didn't subpoena Dr. McAllister. I wanted it to be their witness so I can cross.
Sheriff's Office of West Elizabeth.
We would also like to subpoena the Sheriff's Office of West Elizabeth and the Sheriff's Office of Lemoyne.
Your Honor, I would object to that.
Sustained. Can you please be specific what you are subpoenaing?
Your Honor, may I stand?
Of course.
Your Honor, I would like to subpoena both sheriff's offices for the disciplinary records for all officers involved in each of the counts.
Wait, what the hell?
Mr. Jefferson?
Yeah, I object to that, Your Honor. Disciplinary actions of these officers has nothing to do with a murder charge.
I disagree, Your Honor.
That's why the judge is here.
Well, let us hear the argument instead of talking over each other. Go ahead, Ms. Sanders.
We believe that there may be sort of a classist discrimination concerning the original arrest and some of the charges, and I want to have that either substantiated or declined by the listing of the records that we've received from each of the sheriff's offices.
Please define classist discrimination.
Exactly. That is not the way to go.
Some of the issues that have been raised concerning the bits of evidence that have been passed over from the prosecutor's office, we believe that there may be unjustified or non-probable cause arrest based on Mr. Jackson's affiliations that were unsubstantiated at the time of arrest.
Was Mr. Jackson arrested on a warrant?
That's part of the information that the prosecutor's office has not passed over. So I'm only requesting based on the information we've received pre-trial.
Mr. Jefferson, would you like to inform the defense?
Hey, Your Honor, I need a minute to talk with the marshal.
All right. You may have your minute.
So what were they?
He was arrested. You want to talk here or go somewhere else?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
He was arrested after he shot at us when we were attempting to acquire Bruiser.
And that's when he was taken in custody for all of it?
For everything, correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Your Honor. Your Honor, I think I'm ready.
Oh, please, Mr. Jefferson.
This individual was taken into custody after he engaged in gunfire with the U.S. Marshals. An active incident, and was arrested for cause for that. That's why he's in custody. He also had other charges apparently, and that's why he's still here and still in custody.
Does that satisfy you, Ms. Sanders?
It does, Your Honor. However, I do believe that the records, rather, I would like it to be reflected in the court record that if the prosecution and the Sheriff's Office of Lemoyne Sheriff's Office of West Elizabeth had nothing to hide concerning their disciplinary records in association with the Van Horn gang, Mr. Jackson, that they would be willing to release those records.
Your Honor, I still object. It has nothing to do with her client being a murderer and all the things that they did.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. Ms. Sanders, the court generally holds that it could be viewed the same way. If an individual had a warrant out for their arrest, they'd have nothing to hide and always turn themselves in.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Defense has no more.
Wonderful. Are there then to clarify the so far the subpoenaed evidence that is being petitioned for on behalf of the defense is Dr. Eddie McAllister as a witness, Dr. Lana Castle as a witness, and Mr. Patrick Bodie as a witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense sustains the right to add any additional pieces of subpoena or additional witnesses or any additional requests for subpoena for records.
Oh yes, that's fine. There's no problem with that. I'm just speaking about right now so I can have the paperwork sent out. Mr. Jefferson, are there any objections to these witnesses being called?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Does any party have any additional motions to file at this time?
Well, an additional motion as far as the trial, no. Just I have a comment on bail, bond, or whatever you want to call it.
No.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Sanders.
No additional motions at this time.
Good. Then we will go to discuss Mr. Jackson's current situation of bail, which, to my understanding, has been denied at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like you to strongly. I'd like to.
You'd like
you
me
to
to, Mr.
strongly
Jefferson.
keep that in place. Yes.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, it will be considered,
Well,
but
good.
it will not be because you would like me to.
Well, that's good, because I don't think you'd like a murderer out walking on the street either.
Mr. Jefferson, I do not want to hold.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
That's it, Clifford. Slap him some sense into him and have him sit down.
He's the best court martial that we have here. I'm telling you, I was just testing him every chance I get.
Your Honor, I'd like that reflected in the record.
It'll be reflected in the record. Carry on, Ms. Sanders, if you have any petitions to make on behalf of your client's bail status.
No. There's no.
Very good. Then Mr. Jackson will be remanded into custody at Siska Penitentiary until a later time where his trial can be heard on the aforementioned charges. And until then, this case will be adjourned. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, we're going to have you all exit the building before anyone else. So anyone here who does not have a badge or is not a part of the defense, you are free to leave. Thank you.
Bye.
Let's give us some space.
See you soon, Mr.
Do,
Jackson. You have a wonderful night.
Are y'all done with your client for the evening?
Yes, you're welcome to. He's recused.
All right. Jack, if you would follow me, please.
I think it's like
Stop
12 of them.
moving.
I know. We're going to give it just a moment.
Did you hear what he said?
A lot of folks.
Follow me, please. He said, will you stop, or you just
All
stop
right,
moving?
follow me right over here to this right side. Please make room. Thank you.
You've got strong hands for an old man.
I got good grip strength. Let me tell you something.
I do have to say, you got me by surprise. I was stunned.
Yes, Jack.
You were on it. You did a good job. Got a lot of faith in you. Now you're gonna come work for me, right?
I hope so, yes.
All right, come talk to me. I got a trial tomorrow, I believe. So come talk to me tomorrow.
Okay, what time?
Magistrate Bugenhagen.
Yes, sir.
What time's that trial tomorrow? Since I couldn't read the other one.
No, I'd have to check the paperwork. Let me grab it behind the desk here.
Also, I'm hiring your court marshal here.
Well, shit, am I losing them?
Hazard, make it, dude. Come on.
I believe so.
I'm gonna have
Tomorrow
3
will be
ADAs
at
pretty
3
much.
p.m.
All right, tomorrow 3 p.m. and that is let's see. Anyway.
The Davenport and English.
Oh yeah, that'll be a breeze. Yeah.
Yep.
You got nothing to worry about there, Clifford. You'll do a good job your first time by yourself. I'm just kidding.
So I meet you before, I imagine?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be in my office around let's say noon.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll sit down, do a case review real quick prior to that. Get the charges all
Sounds
lined
good.
up. Like I said, we've already had a pretrial on this. We know the motions and all that stuff. The defense playing some games with just submitting random motions that don't really mean anything. So whenever we go to trial, they're done. We got it.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow at noon then.
All right. I'll see you there in my office tomorrow at noon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clifford, if you wouldn't mind, just make sure that you notify sheriff's office here that you won't be available. And if they could supply somebody, that'd be excellent.
I'll tell them right away.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Now, I think what's going to happen is they're going to use your statements.
You have a good one, Mr. Jefferson.
All right, you too, Magistrate. Thank you.
You too, Miss Cordelia?
Well, you tried. Wasn't bad.
Thank you.
Sorry, that marshal was looking at me kind of funny. I had to
No,
let him
I
know.
understand.
To take
No,
a
I
minute
understand.
and talk to him, check there was a warrant.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right. No, he's my new prosecutor. He's going to be starting with me here tomorrow.
Is he really?
Oh.
Yep.
What's his name?
Clifford something or other. Fuck, I don't know.
At least
Oh,
I
you
have
mean the
someone
guy you
else that can
know?
cry.
The guy you choked up?
Yeah,
Or
I was checking his reflexes. He was pretty damn good. What, are you trying to hug me? What are you doing?
I was trying to step up so you could hear me.
Oh,
I'm small. I'm 5'3", Mr. Jefferson.
all right. What can I do for you?
Nothing. We were talking.
Oh, okay.
Unless you wanted to go to your office.
Nope. I think we're
Well,
good.
that sounds like an invitation.
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Jefferson.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, ladies that generally talk to me like that, yeah.
No.
Yeah, that is definitely an invitation, so please be careful.
No, that
Keep
would be another quid pro quo.
You already have, conduct issues that I'm worried about, so. All right. Well,
Williams, I'll catch up with you later.
all right.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later.
All right, you did a good job, son. You did a good job.
Thank you.
You just can't subpoena an entire sheriff's department.
I disagree.
Blame her.
Obviously. I think I was correct.
I didn't ask for a subpoena for the entire sheriff's department. I wanted the subpoena for sheriff's department for each of the deputies involved.
Mm-hmm. Well, an easy objection and an easy win, so.
Mm-hmm. I have
But
to give you
again,
one or two.
One day you'll get one, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you take care of yourself, all right? Have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a good
I
rest
just
of your
went
night.
home to come back.
How you doing there?
Doing pretty good, Mr. Jefferson. How you doing?
Good. How you feeling? You're looking tired.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah. Well, when we get up in age,
I knew it.
Comes close to retirement, we should start slowing down.
Yeah, you got a point.
That's right. You're getting a little gray in that ponytail you got there.
Yeah, I know.
You keep doing your thing, though, all right? You do it as long as you can, because when you lose it, it's gone. Then you just die in a rocking chair.
Yes, sir. I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Take care of yourself, son. Pace yourself.
you too.
All right. Pace yourself.
Yes, sir.
Every time.
Can I speak to you for a moment, Mr. Jefferson?
Yes.
It's a very quick chat. All right. So, do you know what's going on with the Gambino case at all?
Which one? Because I know that there was one that we had a plea on that was accepted and has been and dealt with. Which one are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking about the one that happened in Strawberry, the torture, the kidnapping. Is that the one that he got the plea on?
When did it happen?
This would have happened a couple of months back. Yeah, it would have been in Strawberry. But at first he pled not guilty.
No, actually, I think he did plead to the torture.
Oh, he did. All right.
I believe
okay,
he
see.
did, and he served his time for that. As
Oh,
far
I
as
see.
the kidnapping or something, there was something that was done for that.
Yep.
Because it was
I
a very old case on the docket. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Perfect. All right. I'm just double checking.
Yeah, I believe everything is settled with that right now.
Great.
I'll verify with the magistrate. What was your name? So I can get back with you.
Sean McConnell.
Oh shit! I fucking talk to you all the goddamn time.
Yep.
You keep changing your fucking hair on me or something?
I don't know. This is exactly what I looked like last time.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Yep,
Well,
yep.
you know, I do drink a lot, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
Deputies, can I have your names, please?
Yep. Sean McConnell.
Everybody's got to ask him his name. Do you need me and Max to write actual statements and let Max try to translate it? Yeah, I mean, that's fine, because what we have, honestly, Hazard, what it is the only people that were in the building at the time were the people involved. So it's the self-defense argument. And I think the self-defense argument really falls more on my side for victory, because I'm going to push that these people took a situation that was unwarranted and immediately started to open fire on a group of natives who were in a bar having a civil discussion. The tomahawk thing is something that I'm going to try to fight, because in the report it does verify that there were 3 tomahawks on your person. Whenever you were at the medical office or something like that, they did verify that. So that's kind of the big thing for me, that there was no active aggression that they can prove that occurred. It's just literally one person saying one thing and one person saying another thing. So yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be a close case, but I think it's more on my side for the fact that the only allegation they have of aggression against your character I think it's your character, is that a tomahawk was thrown at the wall or something like that. But being that you had that still on your person, I just don't know what I need to provide either side. No, you just provide it to me and I'll make sure they get it. Yeah. Or provide it to excuse me. Provide it to Annabelle Grimm, and then she'll send it to me and to the defense. And I'll send her a DM to tell her to be looking for it. Because we've already had the discussion about I've already had the discussion with the magistrate about I would not be putting the 2 of you on the stand, and if I did, there would have to be somebody that the court would approve as a translator, because that was the big thing that the first motion that the defense put forward is that all the statements taken in this matter were translated, and they're hearsay based off of them not being uttered by the person who is named on the statement. So that's the argument, and that was already thrown out. So we already won that. But you know, for y'all being on the stand, I wasn't gonna do that. I was gonna have a deposition done. But again, this case is just incredibly confusing with all the people that are involved in it. But yeah, I mean, you send it to me too if you want to. Can you use that? Can you use that though? Okay, calls it reference the mechanic. No, it's not necessarily reference the mechanic. It's, you know, that's going to be one of the questions I ask him when I get the deposition is, how many tomahawks do you have? How many tomahawks do you carry? And he's going to say 3. And I'll say, okay, well, how many? And I'll verify in the report, which was said by a deputy, how many tomahawks did you recover from his person? And I'll say 3. The report actually says that. Okay, that's cool. And I think on those statements, just have Mags write something on the bottom of both of them as far as the translation that says, I swear that everything in this statement is true to the best of my ability or the best of my knowledge. And then, you know, signed your name. And that's really all, because then it'll be a sworn statement. You know, taken from this person, translated by this person. And then if we have to do anything, then we can have some type of statement come up about, you know, Mags being the person who translates for you in your business ventures and things like that.
That's why we ask him, Luna. We ask him how many tomahawks he carries on his person. I mean, the court has no way to verify what he's saying is true, but it's a sworn statement. So he tells us how many he has, and then, I mean, if he says he has 2, and the police report says he had 3 on him, then obviously there's a problem there, and that would not be a good thing to come up in court, and I just have to deal with it. But no, it's just making sure that that's, you know, documented. That's really the only thing that they have on their side to push it. There was aggression from the natives in that room. And then I also have the fact that when they ran out of the they were seen running outside looking for another character, Mags, in that situation, who had walked over to the gun store. So they're running around with pistols in their hands, screaming and yelling about, you know, where's she at, and that was heard by deputies. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. So all right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and I got a bunch of people in here, but I'm gonna go ahead and log, and I'm gonna switch over. Well, I got to log, obviously. I'm going to end the stream so I don't have some nightmare uploading these videos to YouTube later. I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to restart one here in probably about 5 minutes. But I'm going to send everybody over to another streamer on Sundance, and if you choose to come back, that's great. If not, enjoy their content, because there is really really good content people or providers on the server. So let's go to that for now. And we'll get off the server. And then we will open up Twitch. Let's see who's actually streaming right now. Oh yeah, got to hydrate. I have this sugar-free peach tea that I drink, and that bad boy, I've already drained 2 of them. So Twitch. And we got Cyborg. Yep, we're gonna send it over to Cyborg. He's playing Harry, who's the character that I talked to prior to the to all this kind of jumping off about that. He's new issue, new world. Yeah, so there can't be any more. Yeah. So here we go. /raid. CYBOARG-EV. All right, if y'all can hop on that raid, he's got some folks over there having a good time. I'm finishing up an ad right now myself, but going over there, have some fun, cut up with him. He's in a nice little RP session outside of the courthouse by the Sheriff's Department in Blackwater right now. So I'll see y'all later on. Thank you so much for your support for the stream. It was just a long one tonight, but we're going to jump right back in and get on Sean and have a whole lot of fun with Sean. So good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Peace out.